it and that. We have now provided it. If I could beg leave for it to be handed up if it hasn't already. It is CJC 276, 1, 2, and 3, and I'll just take the witness through it, Chair.
CJ.
It will be handed to you. It's the loose papers there, CJC 276.1. Somebody will assist you. So the first one is CJC 2761, and if I could ask you to go to page 95 of the WhatsApp and screenshot bundle that we were dealing with yesterday.
It's CJ.
Yes,
On the
CJC, yes, the WhatsApp, and then page 95 of that bundle. Do you have it?
Still. Yes, sir.
So you will see there's this is an article where it speaks about the ANC's election campaign. The date of the article, you'll see 5 May 2019, just below the photograph. Do you see that? Below the photo of the president. Do you have the right document?
This one here?
Yes. So there's a date below the image, 5 May 2019.
Yes, I see it.
Do you see that? And then if you go to the next page, it refers to the African National Congress will hold its final election rally, Dabsi Angoba rally at the 60,000 seater in Johannesburg on Sunday morning. And then it refers to, on the next, after the YouTube picture, on Saturday, Ramaphosa told crowds at the party's mini rally. You see that reference? It's, do you see the reference to the mini rally? Just after the YouTube, on the second page.
After the red button with an arrow, do you see the red button and an arrow in the middle of the
Yes,
page?
sure.
Yes.
And you see it references that the rally on
yes.
Saturday.
Yes, I see.
If you then go to your WhatsApp chats on page 95, you see your reference to you must be happy the rally is over, which is also 5 May 2019. Do you see that? I just wanted to show you what we are suggesting is the rallies that you could have been referring to. It's the election rallies of the ANC. You don't dispute that you were referring to an ANC election rally, correct? In this message that you sent to Mr. Nku.
I don't dispute.
And then the next one is CJC 276.2.
Before you go there, we also mentioned the date of the elections, which was the 8th of May.
The 8th of
So
May.
in CJC 276.1, that page that has the YouTube link, you'll see that on that page there's a reference to President Ramaphosa and former Presidents Mbeki and Zuma. And you see that it's in orange color. Do you see the President Zuma's name and President Ramaphosa's name in orange color on the second page? Just look for the colors. It will make it easy for you. Look for the orange colors that have President Ramaphosa's name and President Zuma's name. Do you see that?
Third paragraph.
On the same?
Yes.
But the next
Second
page,
page,
the next
sorry.
page.
Yeah. Where you are, do you see President
Okay,
Zuma's
yes, I
name
see.
and President Ramaphosa's name? Just below that, the next paragraph says, it's the last weekend of the election campaign before May 8 polls. Do you see that? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then the next document,
Ms. Seegers, in fact, the attorneys, I always say I rely on you to make sure that these loose exhibits or annexures are placed where they should be, please.
we will do so, Chair.
There's the odd occasion, Ms. Berger, when I've discovered they are not there. If you could convey that to your colleagues as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. The next one is CJC 276.2. Do you have that? It is the South African government, it's got a South African government on the right top corner. Do you have it? Chief?
272.
276.2, yes.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, go to the second page. It says President Cyril Ramaphosa Cabinet Announcement. The date 29 May 2019, statement on the appointment of members of the National Executive. Then he starts out, fellow South Africans, in the election of 8th of May, South Africans provided this administration with a clear mandate. If you go to the next page, the middle of the page, it says, I have decided to make the following appointments to the National Executive. And the first one there is Deputy President is David Mabuza. And if I then reference CJC 274, which is the WhatsApp chats, 107, page 107. If you can go to page 107. Your message, just after the middle of the page at 5-29, which is the 29th of May, same date as that announcement, 7:42 p.m. Tumza, I see Didi is back. Let's move on our issues. Do you see that? So what I had suggested to you yesterday was that reference to Didi Mabuza and him being back is a reference to this announcement by the President of Deputy President David Mabuza, well, Mr. David Mabuza being his Deputy President.
Perhaps let's start here. You accept that the announcement was made on 29 May 2019. You accept that?
Now that I have it in front of me. Yes.
Thank you. You may
Thank you.
restate
Yes.
the point you were making.
And so this suggestion that we had put to you yesterday is that the reference in your WhatsApp on page 107 to Mr. Nku to a DD is the reference to former Deputy President David Mabuza having been appointed as the Deputy President on the 29th of May 2019 by the President. Do you want to comment? Or,
No, no comment.
so you still maintain?
Do you accept what's suggested to you?
Sorry, what do you say, suggesting? Sorry, I missed that.
No. He wants to know from you, Mr. Gelsnube, what it is that you are suggesting to him.
Yes, that the reference in your WhatsApp to Didi is a being back and we must move on our issues, is a reference to the appointment of the late Mr. David Mabuza as the Deputy President on the 29th of May 2019, as shown in that announcement.
So you're saying what must I accept?
Now, I'm saying that was our suggestion yesterday to you,
Okay.
and I want to know if you want to comment on that, or do you maintain your version that it was not, you were not referencing Mr. David Mabuza in that WhatsApp?
Perhaps more directly, as opposed to, what was your verb? Yeah, perhaps more directly, do you now accept that the person you are referring to here, the DD you are referring to is Deputy President Mabuza, the late Deputy President? Do you accept that?
The person I was referring to?
Yes.
Well, I'll have to accept because I was talking about what he used to call we can say, for instance, like now here, when you say doggy Mashaba, doggy hawks, is it me?
We are not forcing you to accept, because you say you will now accept, but you go on to suggest that you are referring to something else. So please answer the way you feel you should answer it. You are
Okay.
not being pushed or forced to answer it in any particular way.
My apologies, I accept.
You accept now. Thank you. And you also accept that the late Deputy President used to be referred to by some as DD. You accept that as well. Don't nod. Please speak. It must be captured.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe I'm having a difficult coughing, yes.
How do you feel? Should we continue, or do you feel like we should take a short adjournment?
No, can continue.
Oh,
Chair.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You'll just alert us if you do need to take a break, Chief. Okay?
I'll indicate.
Yes. Commissioners, we had stopped at page 107. Unless there are any further questions on that, I'd like to move to the next WhatsApp. Oh, the third one, yes, I would. The third one that I want to refer you to is CJC 276.3, the last loose set of pages there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, on 107, you had indicated that, I'm not sure if I should still go through it because of what you've just accepted now with the chair. So I don't think, but just for the record, to show that the ANC caucus memo, the note that we've handed up to you references.
Let's maybe just put it on
Yes,
record.
on record, yes.
It's always dangerous to go back
Yes.
because you might get an answer that you don't want.
Agreed, Chair. So the parliamentary caucus document, ANC caucus welcomes new members of parliament. And if you go to the second page of that document, you'll see the date, 15 June 2019. And it says the African National Congress in Parliament will be welcoming 5 new members to fill vacancies in the National Assembly. And then if you go to the next sentence, it says the 5 comrades who will take up seats in the National Assembly are as follows. The second bullet point, Comrade Kebe Mapatswe will replace Comrade Jeff Khadebe, and that's on the 15th of June 2019. Now, in fairness to you, you did not suggest that your reference to Didi Mabuza being Kebe Mapatswe and him returning, being back, was a reference to him being a member of parliament, being appointed as a member of parliament. You said it was a reference to him being back in the country. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So, but we just want to place this on record. Thank you, Chair.
And
Thank-
maybe, sorry, maybe finally, Ms. Siegels, on this, to also note for the record that the swearing in
Yes.
was going to be on the 18th of June, 2019, just for
Yes,
completeness.
thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Now, Chief, just to get back to the WhatsApps, I want to take you to page 264, which is the WhatsApp conversation between EB Boss and Mr. Nku. 264 of that same bundle. And it's a conversation that occurs on the 7th of April, 2021. And perhaps if we can start on the previous page, 263.
Before you go there, do you not want to do what you usually do and refer to page 125 or something similar? The page that identifies the phone numbers and other things.
Commissioner Kumalo, my understanding is that that will be dealt with when Mr. Nku comes.
Yes.
To confirm it. I don't have the confirmation at this stage. It's just what we are putting to him is these are the conversations until they confirm it here.
Because he confirmed Nku's phone number and his phone number. Now he's being told that this is a conversation between Nku and Ibi Boss.
Yes. That is, remember we dealt with it yesterday when we showed messages that Nku was sending to EB Boss were also being sent to him. So I did previously refer to this and indicate that it was a conversation between EB Boss and Mr. Nku. Whether the number for EB Boss is in who it relates to, that will be
Nku will
dealt
deal
with.
with that.
Yes, yes. Thank you. So if you go to 263, you will see the conversation on the 7th, the first message on the 7th of April is a message sent by Mr. Nku to EB Boss and says, Salam Boss, our guy just called us. He said, those guys said...
You should please always direct us.
Oh,
where
my
exactly-
apologies, Chair. It's the first one that starts on the 7th of 4/7/2021. All the others are 6, and the first one is 4/7.
Thank you, thank
Yes,
you.
so it's on
one of the last two, the first one of the last two.
Yes, I'm referring to the green box.
Green, oh. okay.
Salam Boss.
All right, all right.
My apologies,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Salam Boss, our guy just called us. He said those guys said they will need to give the immigration people their part before the shift starts around 4 p.m. Now, I'm not asking you to comment on what this was because you're not part of the conversation. Then EB Boss says, call me at 10. There's a call. The next page is what I want to show you. Is, you see, at 264, at 7:30 a.m., is EB Boss says, boss, they did not let him on the flight from Amsterdam. Tell everyone he's not coming. Do you see that?
I see that,
Okay.
yes.
Then can I take you to page 120 of that same bundle, which is now the conversations between you and Mr. Nku. And it is on the same day, 120. Do you have it?
Almost.
Okay.
Yes, I have it.
The third green block, which from Mr. Nku to you. Boss, they did not let him on the flight from Amsterdam, so it's at 7:41. The one that we looked at 264 was at 7:30. And then it says, tell everyone he's not coming at 7:41. And then the next message, Hola, please postpone preps for today. Our guy is still busy with paperwork. Now, you can see that whatever message is being exchanged between Mr. Nku and EB Boss on page 264 on the 7th of April is being sent to you by Mr. Nku in the conversation that you're having. So I want to know what was this in relation to, and it is very specific. They did not let him on the flight from Amsterdam. Can you tell us what this was about?
No, I've got no recollection of this.
Okay, it's a very specific incident. I mean, how often would you and Mr. Nku talk about somebody not being let onto a plane on a flight from Amsterdam?
I can't remember what we were talking about here. I cannot remember.
I'm going to suggest to you, Chief, that you do remember what it is about. It is a very specific conversation about somebody that they were expecting somebody to come, and the person was not being allowed on the flight from Amsterdam. And you knew about it because it's being sent to you, so clearly you had to do something Because otherwise, why would it be sent to you? You needed to be notified that this person didn't make it onto the flight.
Honestly, I cannot remember this one.
Chief
What we were talking.
Chief Mashaba, I can understand if what you recall is something that's very general in nature and also perhaps the sort of thing that's what ordinary run-of-the-mill type of matter that after years you would easily forget. What we have here is nothing like that at all. As Ms. Sigels-Ncube says, this is something quite specific.
I think
How many times would you have had discussions about somebody not being allowed onto a flight from Amsterdam? Surely this must be the only occasion. It must be the only occasion. Or not? Have you had several occasions where you were informed about someone who was not allowed onto a flight from Amsterdam? Is that something that happens to you fairly regularly?
if my memory serves me well, Chair, I think there was a break where myself and Nku, we didn't speak for some time.
But here you spoke. You spoke here. You wrote to each other here. So that's irrelevant. You didn't answer my question. I asked you whether you and Mr. Nku had frequent exchanges about people not being allowed onto flights from Amsterdam. Because if you didn't, and this was the only instance, surely you must remember. So can you please answer the question I posed, which is, did you and Mr. Nku have several exchanges about people who were not allowed onto flights from Amsterdam?
No, it didn't have.
It didn't happen.
We didn't have.
To your recollection, this must, now that you see it on these WhatsApp chats, this must be the only exchange of such a nature, correct?
Honestly,
No, answer the question. Is this the only exchange? I'm not asking you about whether you recall or not. Now that you see it on these chats, is it the only exchange that you and Mr. Nku ever heard about somebody not having been allowed onto a flight from Amsterdam? Is this the only exchange?
this is the only exchange.
Surely you remember then. What was it about? That's Ms. Sigels-Ncube's question. Surely you must remember. If you say you don't, I do not believe you. What was this about?
I don't remember, Chair.
You
Honestly.
you are being untruthful. And I will tell you why you are being untruthful. You are untruthful because you see that all these chats between you and Mr. Nku, and this is a point that was made by Commissioner Baloyi yesterday, you see that these countless chats between you and Mr. Nku show a picture that's totally different to what you told us, which is that he was just your informer. That's why you purport not to recall any of these chats or the content of these chats. I suggest to you, what's your comment? That is, you are trying to extricate yourself from the inferences that we may have to draw because of this long existing relationship with all of the exchanges you had. You're trying to avoid the inferences that we may draw, which are that The story about Mr. Nku being your informer may well be, I'm not saying is, because we are yet to make our conclusions at the end, may well be untrue. That's what you are trying to do right from the onset, before we get to a point where we say to you, Mr. Nku was obviously not just your informer. That is what is happening here, and we see right through it. Your comment?
No comment, Chair.
But you know, as you sit there, that what I'm saying is actually the true position. Yes, Ms. Sigals-Ncube, you may comment if you want to.
No comment.
Yes, Ms. Sigals.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, there's one more exchange that I want to ask you about, and
Ms. Siegels, are you moving off this? Oh, okay, maybe then let me ask my question. Chief, at that page 120, which is now your communication with Mr. Nku on this same subject, you have those green boxes that you've been referred to. Boss, they did not let him on the flight from Amsterdam. That's Mr. Nku to you, and then which seems to be just forwarding his conversation with Boss Ibi. And then the next one, tell everyone he's not coming. And then this is what seems to be what he directs to you. Hola, please postpone preps for today. Our guy is still busy with paperwork. You do a thumbs up in your next message, on your response in that white box. You do a thumbs up. This reflects you knew what he's talking about, right? You don't ask him, what is he talking about? You do a thumbs up. So you know what he's talking about when he says in that trail, including postponed preps for today.
Chair and Commissioners, usually if let me say, maybe if Nku gives me an information and information is not executed, it becomes easy for me to forget and just ignore it. But if it would have been something that maybe, let me say, this Amsterdam story, maybe it's something that it was an information that was given, and then we worked on it, or I worked on it, I would easily remember. So it is maybe whatever he was talking about here didn't go anywhere, or I just ignored, because not every information that he gives is positive. Other informations will be, can you please check? So if we really had an operation on this, I was going to easily remember. So I think because it didn't go anywhere, that's why I don't remember.
Yeah, except, Chief, I'm not asking you to remember. That was not my question. I'm not asking you to remember what this was about. You've been asked and you've answered. I'm asking you to whether you accept that your thumbs up, your response to Mr. Nku, which is a thumbs up, means you knew what he's talking about. I'm not asking you now to remember it. I'm saying this thumbs up means you knew and understood what the conversation that he's forwarded to you, and when he says to you, please postpone preps, your response of a thumbs up means you knew what he's talking about at the time. At the
Yes,
time,
I agree.
you knew what he was talking about.
I agree.
Okay. Then, having cleared that, I want to ask you to accept, maybe let me say whether you accept, and I think you should, that the exchanges between Boss EB and Mr. Nku at page 264 about this person not being let onto the flight from Amsterdam, he's not coming, that it is forwarded to you by Mr. Nku, as we see at page 120, and your response is a thumbs up, must mean that you were part of whatever communication was happening between Mr. Nku and Boss EB Boss. You were part of that circle of communication. You must accept that.
Obviously, if I don't know this EB Boss. I don't know this EB Boss. Whatever he forwards to me will be between me and him. As to where is it coming from, I cannot tell.
Yes,
I don't know.
but what I'm saying is on the face of these documents where Mr. Nku forwards to you his communication with EB Boss. He forwards it to you, you respond with a thumbs up. It means you are part of that circle of communication.
At that time,
Even if you
I
may not
cannot-
have known, even if you say, I didn't know where he gets it from, but on this document in front of us, you are part of that triangle of communication, the three of you.
At that time, yes. Even if I might have forgotten now,
Yes,
at that time it means yes, I was.
okay, thank you.
Okay, can I ask you same question but slightly differently? Accepting that you don't remember what the conversation was about. Looking at chat number 345, starting with the one that says, boss, they did not let him into the flight, ending with where you give a thumbs up. Looking at it now as you are sitting there, what picture does it paint to you now sitting there looking at it?
It paints that we were talking about something
Which is what?
that I cannot remember, like I'm saying. At the time,
No, I'm not
Clearly.
asking you about the time. I'm saying looking at it now, what picture does it paint looking at it now? Accepting that you don't remember what you were talking about in 2021. Read it as if you are reading it for the first time. What picture does it paint?
maybe I don't understand the picture part.
Does it not paint a picture which, as Commissioner Baloy suggests, that you are part of the everyone that Nku needed to inform that the guy is not coming from Amsterdam and that whatever plan you had for that day had to be postponed?
Yes, according to this, it says, obviously I'm part of it.
Yes.
I agree.
Looking at it now, you were part of a plan that needed to be postponed.
The fact that it was even forwarded to me,
Yes.
I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Chief, could I ask you to go to page 47 of that same WhatsApp bundle? And the reason I'm dealing with this WhatsApp is because you are mentioned in the WhatsApp. I'll give some context to the WhatsApps. So on page 47, same bundle, which is CJC 274.1. So go to page 47. Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay. So let me just explain what this document is. So the document is a consolidation of the messages either between you and Mr. Nku or Mr. Nku and EB Boss, which the commission's analysts have been collating. Page 47, you'll see, is a screenshot, in the yellow highlighted portion. It is a screenshot that was found on Mr. Nku's phone of a WhatsApp conversation. The screenshot is dated 29 June 2021, and you'll see next in the column, the second column, third column, it says image. That's the screenshot. The bigger version of that, to make it clearer for you, on page 324 of the same bundle. 324.
4. Thank you.
Page 324.
Yes. Yes. So it is 3 more conversations, my apologies, not WhatsApps. Now, they'll see the one on page 324 doesn't have a date. It's because of the app that it's on. When you download it, doesn't download with the date. But from the analysis that has been done, that's why I took you to page 47 first. What was found was that the screenshot was taken on the 29th of June 2021. And I want to read it to you, and it's between a conversation. Alpha is EB Boss, who we know as EB Boss from the WhatsApps. On Trima, it's Alpha. And this is Mr. Nku's phone, so his messages are the green blocks, and then Alpha would be in the white box. So I'm looking at the conversation from the top. It says, we don't know the exact date, but we see it says yesterday. Salam, boss, we will talk properly when we meet. Did VJ collect the keys? Yes, I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully I should be ready for you. VJ phoned today. His phone was off. We'll try it tomorrow morning. Then Mr. Nku says, no problem, please to check with him. Then the messages that start at today. Mate, he won't give me the keys or the phone. He says legally he can't. He put up a big stink about General Mashaba. Also, he said it was a silver X5 with 2 white guys. They have footage, but it's not clear. They got in a white Merc. He also said someone called up about the keys, not Mashaba, said he works with him. Boss, this IO does not want to play game. Now, although it says General Mashaba, it is from the analysis that is being done by the Commission's analysts, the reference to General Mashaba is a reference to you. You don't have to comment on that because you don't know. I'm just putting it to you. I want to show you a conversation between you and Mr. Nku around the same time, and then ask you to comment it. And for that, if I can ask you to go to page 1, I think it starts on page 122. In fact, if we can go to 120 where we were, because at the foot of 120, there is we can't see what was being sent. You sent an image which follows on page 121 on the 25th of June. Now remember that screenshot, the image that we have says that the image was taken on the 29th of June, but we don't know the exact date of the conversation. So you sent something to Mr. Nku, and then on page 122, the second block, you'll see there's a message that you sent on the 25th of June, 11:15 a.m. That's the only key I find. So I'm suggesting that you were sending him a picture of a key on page 120 and 121. Let me just finish and then you can comment. On page 123, there's another picture that you send. And then if we go to page 124, it says no message content to display. Then there's a message from Mr. Nku at 12:04 saying car key ? Do you see that?
Page?
Page 124.
Yes, khaki.
Yes, he says car key ? Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
at 12:04 on the 25th of June. You say he doesn't see them, 25 June, 12:21. Then Mr. Nku says, maybe they're with the IO. And then you say, I'll ask the IO. And then you say, yes. You respond, yes. Now, I am suggesting that your conversation with Mr. Nku on the 25th of June has something to do with the conversation that we saw on page 324 between Mr. Nku and EB Boss, because you're referencing a key and there's also suggestion about a vehicle. You'll say, you see on page 324, he says it was a silver X5 with two white guys. They have footage, but it's not clear. They got in a white Merc. And then he also said someone called up about the keys, not Mashaba, said he works with him. And there's a reference to the IO doesn't want to play game. And in your conversation, there's also a reference to the IO. Do you recall what this was about?
The IO in June.
2021, yes. Why were you sending him pictures of a car key and speaking about maybe they're with the IO? He doesn't see them. Maybe they're with the IO. I'll ask the IO. You said you'll ask the IO. And again, it is a very specific thing. It's about a car keys that you took a picture of it. Why did you take a picture of this car key and send it to Mr. Nku?
I can't remember. Honestly, I cannot remember.
Chief, Chief, it's not every day that you would be sending pictures of a car key unless you tell us this is what you used to do with Mr. Nku, which would be another basis for concern. But I'm assuming that it's not every day that you would take pictures of a car key that you send to Mr. Nku, and that you would have a conversation with an investigating officer about keys that you're discussing with Mr. Nku. And if I'm correct, that is not something that you would do regularly, then it is something you should remember surely.
I'm trying to remember. I'm even trying to remember which IO were we talking about, or which case in June. If I may ask, is it the X5 car keys, or?
We want to find out from you. You were the person that was communicating. And I must tell you that your "I do not recall" refrain has become tired a long time ago. It's quite a tired refrain by now. You were talking, so you are the one that should know, and therefore you should respond to Commissioner Baloyi's
Honestly, it is also bothering me, Chair, that you even know what will be my answer. I don't recall.
Exactly. One answer we already know by now.
And I think because we're talking the car keys, I don't think there is any danger about the car keys, about the IO.
So you don't think there's any danger?
About the car key.
So what do you mean by that? Maybe let's understand. What do you mean you don't think there's any danger about it?
No, I mean if maybe the commission think I'm hiding the car key, if I remember exactly, if we're talking the car key, it's not like we're talking a picture of maybe a bag of drugs or something.
No, this is unlike a situation where you would be saying to your family, I can't find my keys, I can't find, that happens all the time. So if there was something relating to that and we were questioning you about that, we would understand you when you say, I do not recall. But as Commissioner Baloyi says, surely this certainly is a once-off. It is a once-off. Commissioner Baloyi is whispering, we hope. Sorry, thanks.
You see, Chief, you say there is no danger. Maybe let me say to you this, what it looks like, and I think it's because you have that in mind, that it looks like this, and that's why you won't remember it. So I don't take it that it's accepted when you say there's no danger. It looks like this. The picture that it creates is you, Mr. Mr. Nku, and Boss Ibi, or Ibi Boss, who is also referred to as Alpha, were involved in a transaction that included car keys that are with an investigating officer, possibly as an exhibit, that are with an investigating officer, and you wanted that key to be released, those keys to be released. You have a picture of the key, and you say, I will speak to the investigating officer about that key. And I think that's your difficulty, why you will not remember, or you will say you don't remember, is because the picture that this presents is, again, in your transactions with Mr. Nku, you are interfering and speaking to influence investigating officer to release an exhibit. That's what it looks like. That's why you say, I will speak to the investigating officer. And you do so at the behest or at the instance of Mr. Nku. Again, a civilian about whom there are problematic issues. And that's why you're avoiding remembering this.
You know, commissioners, like taking Nku as my brother, if he needs assistance, I would try by all means to assist him, because I know on many things he relies on me, especially police issues, where he would say, maybe, can you maybe assist? I've got this problem, or I've got this, for instance, I've got this IO that is giving me difficulties. If it's possible, can you maybe try talk to him? Because it's him, and with the relationship we got, I know I would try and talk to the IO and ask the IO, DS Malaiti, can you at least assist him? If you can you at least assist him?
Do you accept that even if he were your natural, even if he were your born brother, as in biological brother, not a friend, not a neighbor, if he were your parents' son, it would be improper for you to speak to an investigating officer to release a key, if that key is an exhibit, to release it to Mr. Nku because you are asking. Do you accept it would be improper to do that?
I accept.
Okay, thank
I
you.
accept.
And I want to suggest to you that that's exactly what was happening here. You were going to speak to the investigating officer because you do say, I'll speak to the investigating officer. And we've seen in page 324 where Mr. Nku says to Alpha, the IO is refusing to give me the key. You say, I will speak to the IO, right? And I want to suggest to you that you're speaking to the IO to help Nku get a key, because you're trying to help Nku to get a key. That's improper conduct. And that's what was happening here. That's what I'm suggesting to you, I'm putting to you. That's what was, you were seeking to get an exhibit from an investigating officer. That's what you were doing here when you say, I will speak to the IO. I'm suggesting that's what you were doing, and I'm further going on to say you were improperly, in fact, doing so. Do you want to comment?
If it's an exhibit, that I know, let me say it's an exhibit of maybe a car that the IO, other people can be difficult to say. Let's say the case is finished, but I hold on to the key because I want to punish this boy. But I wouldn't go out of my way knowing that this thing is still on, but I will go and negotiate for something that I know I'll be putting the IO at risk, or for risking his job to do something impossible for me that I wouldn't do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, then can I take you to, just want to deal again with your version before I take you to the next message. You testified yesterday that on the 7th, the evening of the 7th, Mr. Nku called you and said to you that there is a truck with drugs coming from Durban to Johannesburg.
On the 8th.
On the 8th, sorry. And you told him that he must confirm it positively, and he did so the morning of the 5th, of the 9th, sorry, the 9th of July.
He didn't quite give any information
Yes.
tending to show that this is positive, just that the truck is here.
Correct, Chair, yes. You asked him to confirm positively that it is indeed, the information is correct. You say on the 9th, the morning of the 9th, he calls you, says the truck is here in Joburg. Correct?
Yes.
Now, I had said to you that he didn't give you any information that would any new information other than the truck had arrived on the 9th of July, the morning of the 9th of July. You remember?
He did not?
Give you any new information on the morning of the 9th of July, other than to say the truck is now in Joburg. Correct?
He didn't give.
You, yes. Remember you asked him on the Thursday evening we must confirm the information positively, because you're not going to waste time on information that's not positive. Correct? That was your version. And then you went to bed, and the next morning he said to you, the truck is in Johannesburg, and that for you was positive confirmation that there were drugs in that vehicle. Correct? In the truck? Or do you want to remind us about your version as to what information he told you on the Friday morning that made you activate your team?
Do you accept that the last thing Mr. Ngube said is correct? That is, morning of the 9th, he said the truck is now in Johannesburg. Is that correct?
Yeah, he said the truck is in
Roykop.
Yellow
Yeah.
Jersey.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Ngube.
Okay. Now, I want to read to you Mr. Nku's statement about what he says. It's on page 1 of his statement. You don't have it in front of you, so I'm just going to read it to you. I'll read it to you. 2.1, source of information. This is what Mr. Nku says. I first became aware of the potential shipment during the last week of April 2021 through confidential sources. At that stage, the information was preliminary and indicated a possible shipment involving arms contraband, including drugs. I shared this information with Lieutenant General Sindile Mfazi, whom I was initially introduced to by former Deputy Minister of Defense Commissar Kebi Mapatswe, as he expressed that Lieutenant General Mfazi was his compatriot in exile. Further details were received and shared in late June 2021. All the information was relayed to the Lieutenant General accordingly. By approximately 7 July 2021, certain containers were identified as being prioritized for transportation. One of them was conclusively, positively based on. That's what he says. And we know the one container that he says that we're referring to here was the one with the drugs. He says by the 7th of July, one of them was conclusively positive based on, which means that by the 7th of July, he positively knew that there were drugs in that truck. That's what he says on his version.
But on the 7th of July, we didn't speak.
Now, I know that is your version. What I want to put to you is that when he speaks to you on the 8th of July, Thursday the 8th of July, he already knew positively that the drugs were there. And I'm suggesting to you that he told you the drugs are there already on Thursday night, not Friday morning. He knew positively because he says he knew on the 7th of July already. So there was nothing he was going to come back to you on Friday morning with. He knew on the 7th, on the 7th of July already. So when he spoke to you on the 8th, he told you there will be drugs in that truck, which is what you later on conceded that when you spoke to him on the 7th, he said that there will be drugs. It was no longer suspicion, it was that there will be drugs.
Like I'm saying, we did not speak on the 7th, and that was his information. He said to me on the 8th, I've got this information.
If I understand the substance of the question, he knew on the 7th. He spoke to you on the 8th. The substance of the question is this. When he spoke to you on the 8th, already having the knowledge that he had from the 7th, he would have, no. He spoke, I'm not asking about your knowledge on the 7th, no. But I'm saying he knew as at the 7th. So when he spoke to you on the 8th, he would have told you or given you the information that he already had, so that there wouldn't have been a need for him to make the confirmation that you say you insisted on. Because on the 8th, he already had the information from the 7th already.
That he sent to me.
No, when he spoke to you, when he contacted you on the 8th and spoke to you. So on the 8th, he already had the information. So he would have communicated what he knew when he spoke to you on the 8th. There would therefore be no need for him to make the confirmation that you say you needed, and that had to be given on the 9th.
But I remember saying to him on the 8th, please make sure tomorrow confirm the positivity of your information on Friday morning. That's when he called and said, the truck is here.
You see, what actually...
Maybe I don't understand,
What-
Chair.
Oh,
Maybe, I'm
he
sorry, maybe.
He speaks to you on the 8th, or maybe let me take one step back. On the 7th, he has the information that there are drugs being shipped. He knows this as at the 7th. He speaks to, you understand me thus far? You understand me thus far?
But that I wouldn't know that on the 7th.
No, I'm just telling
okay.
you what he knew. This is not about you.
Okay.
Wankutla.
Chair.
So this is what he knows as at the 7th.
Okay.
Then on the 8th, he speaks to you.
Okay.
And he tells you about this same shipment, about which he has full information. So if I understand it correctly, do you think I do?
You do, Chair.
Yes. Now he speaks to you on the 8th, and he has this full information about the shipment of drugs. He must surely have told you the full information that he had, which would have obviated the need for him to give any further positive confirmation. Maybe let me cut out the last bit and just say, so on the 8th he speaks to you, correct?
Correct. Yes, correct.
Yes.
Correct. Chair.
Now remember that he already has the information from the 7th. Still with me?
Correct, Chair.
Now, the suggestion to you is that he must have told you or must have given you all the information that he had when he spoke to you on the 8th. On that, I know you are going to say that is not the case. Am I correct? You are going to say he didn't give you any full information. He just said there was a shipment of drugs. Correct?
No, on Thursday.
On your version, when he spoke to you.
On Thursday, obviously, I would want to listen to the information.
Yeah.
That
And
is
I suggest to you that because he already had it from the 7th, when he spoke to you on the 8th, he gave you that information. You deny that. You deny that he gave you the full information with regard to the shipment.
The information I got,
Yes.
it's from Thursday. The
And
confirmation
what was the information?
that the truck is from Devon
Okay.
with drugs.
Yeah.
All I needed on Friday was a confirmation.
Now, I want to suggest to you that he gave you all the information and there was no need for any confirmation. And I will say to you, what buttresses that view that you had gotten all the information you needed, what buttresses that view is the fact that on the following day, all that you get told is that the truck is now in Gauteng. And you start moving from your side. And you do not say, but what about the confirmation that I asked for yesterday? You do not ask for that. All you are told is the truck is now in Gauteng. Nothing in that statement, the truck is now in Gauteng, confirms anything. It doesn't change what you had been told the previous day. So the fact that you just get the truck is now in Gauteng and you start moving and mobilizing shows that you actually didn't ask for any confirmation the previous day.
No, but if he says to me, the truck has landed, and I am here with the truck, or looking at the truck, it's confirmation.
Did he say he had opened the truck and looked inside and got the confirmation you wanted? He did not.
No, he can't.
He did not. He couldn't. He did not. He couldn't.
Yes.
So where's the confirmation in merely saying the truck is now in Gauteng? Where's the confirmation of what you wanted the previous day?
Him saying the truck is here, landed already, and I'm here. Please come. To me, it's
But
confirmation.
What confirmation did you want? When you said you wanted confirmation so that you don't leave things that you are doing, that's the language you used yesterday. What confirmation did you want? Did you want confirmation of the arrival of the truck in Johannesburg? On the 8th, did you want confirmation of the arrival of the truck in Gauteng, in Gauteng?
Maybe I'm missing it.
You say on the 8th you asked him to give you confirmation so that you do not leave the things that you were doing for nothing. Did you not say so yesterday?
Yes,
You said so
I
yesterday.
said so.
Yes. Now what I'm asking you is, what confirmation did you want?
I think him saying the truck is here.
No.
Was-
That's the 9th. I'm asking you about the 8th. What confirmation did you want on the 8th?
Remember on the 8th, Chair, he's saying, be on standby. This is what might happen tomorrow. This is the information.
What confirmation did you want, Chief Mashaba?
I think maybe I'm missing it, but I'm saying
I'll leave it.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, remember I read to you yesterday what Mr. Nku said about what happened on the 8th of July, but let me just continue with his version on what he discusses with you and when he discusses it with you.
Ms. Nobe, sorry to interrupt you. We didn't bring our Nku files, so we've got difficulty that when you read, we don't know where you are reading. Is it possible to put it up on our screens?
Okay, we'll just flight the page
Subject,
2.
of course, to whatever needs to be redacted must be redacted.
It has been, Chair.
Okay.
I'll read it into the record in the meantime. It is paragraph on page 2. He says, communication of information. I informed Chief Mashaba of the information.
Is it...
She's still getting it on the system, Chair.
Yeah, maybe let's wait,
Okay.
please. Yeah. Does Chief Mashaba have it? He also doesn't? Oh, all
No,
right,
Chair.
all right.
So, page 2, the first paragraph.
While they are busy with that, maybe, do we need our files for after tea? We do have them here. We just did not bring them to the venue.
I'm only going to be dealing with this because of the inconsistency with the versions. Page 2, it's the heading on page 1 says communication of information. And on page 2, he says, I informed Chief Mashaba of the information on or about 8 July 2021 around 7:30 p.m. after I became satisfied that the information was sufficiently specific to warrant operational follow-up, as the yellow jersey truck which was carrying the container in question had been traveling in record time towards Johannesburg. In relation to Chief Mashaba, it was a last-minute request, as the high-ranking official who was supposed to have assembled a team to run the operation was not available at that point. So he says he gave you all the information which he considered to be sufficiently specific to warrant the operational follow-up on the 8th. The evening of the 8th. And then when you go to 2.5 events of 9 July, he says, on 8 July, I traveled from Durban to Johannesburg at around 8 p.m. after communicating with Chief Mashaba regarding the information. On the morning of 9 July, I met with him and provided a briefing. So he doesn't say that on the 9th of July, he calls you and gives you the confirmation that you told us you needed in order for you to then activate your plan. On his version, by the Thursday night, the 8th, he had given you all the information which for him was specific enough to commence the operation. Do you see that?
So you're saying, are you not reading?
Yes, I'm reading Nku's statement. He's not saying that you asked for information for him to verify in order for you to be satisfied on the 9th. He says he gave you all that information on the 8th of July. The evening of Thursday evening, he gave you all the information, the sufficiently specific for the operational follow-up. And he doesn't say that on the 9th, he called you to give you this information that you needed to activate the plan. He says on the 9th, he just picked you up and gave you a briefing.
Isn't there a file to spare so that Chief Mashaba may have it in front of him? So you'll start looking at you no longer need it, Ms. Sigerson? Yes, yes.
It's just that paragraph, Chair.
Yes. You'll see there's the paragraph at the top, I informed.
Yes.
And then you skip to 2.4, and you don't read the whole of 2.5.
Yes.
Read up to which line? Yeah, and then you read the first and second sentences. Yeah. Of 2.5.
2.5. On 8 July 2021, I traveled from Durban to Johannesburg around 8 p.m. after communicating with Chief Mashaba regarding the information. On the morning of 9 July 2021, I met with him and provided a briefing. He indicated that he was calling a warrant officer, Pukungwane, from Alberton Police Station, as the area where the yellow jersey depot was fell under their due restriction. I think he meant jurisdiction.
Did you finish reading the paragraph at the top that starts with I informed? If you didn't, please continue.
Must I read it too?
No, for yourself.
Okay.
So you can read the first paragraph on page 2, I informed Chief Mashaba.
Yes, I read it.
So his version differs from yours on what happened on both the Thursday evening, the 8th of July, about the information that he gave you, and on the 9th of July. On his version, all that he did on the 9th of July was, he says that on the morning of 9 July 20, I met with him and provided a briefing. He indicated that he was calling. So you were there He met with you. There wasn't another call on the 9th of July to give you more information in order to confirm that the drugs were in the truck.
So how will I know?
You knew on the 8th. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you knew, not on the 7th, but that you knew on the 8th already, all the information that you needed in order to take the proper steps for this investigation.
You want to put to me that on Friday he didn't call?
Yes, that he doesn't say that he called you on Friday. He says, on the morning of 9 July, I met with him and provided a briefing.
Well, if this is what he wrote, can we maybe leave it to him? I'm saying I got a call. He called in the morning. And clearly, our phones were taken. The IO would have seen that. Because I remember the IO said that, yes, Mashaba didn't have Mokhana's number, didn't have Bagula's number. If I remember, they spoke on Friday. And then I'm saying, how will I then know where he was on Friday if he didn't call?
Because he told you Thursday night, let's meet on Friday morning.
Let's meet at Yellow Jersey.
He says that I met with him and provided a briefing, yes.
No, I'm saying to the commission, he called on Friday morning.
Okay, so
Everything didn't end on the 8th. On the 9th in the morning he called.
Okay.
And sent me location. Because he had to direct me. I didn't even know where Yellow Jersey. I know the area, but I didn't even know that's Yellow Jersey.
Okay.
He had to even send me location.
Okay. Then, still on this topic, if you go to page 50 of the WhatsApp and screenshots bundle.
Page?
50. Do you have page 50?
50, yes.
Yes. Now, this is again an image that was obtained from Mr. Nku's phone, and the timestamp on that image, 7 July 2021, 21:54:35 seconds. And do you see that it is photographs of bags, it's bags covered in tape? Do you see that?
I see, yes.
And on page 51, the first image,
Yes.
and the second image. That looks like the bags in the container.
Yes, I see it.
And he had these images on his phone on the 7th of July 2021 already. The image 7 July 2021 image, that is the timestamp of the image that was found on his phone. Yes.
This is in his phone.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now, we of course don't know until he comes and gives this evidence that these were in fact images of the drugs that were found at Oratile. But if we're going to suggest that it likely is, if you go to the stain exhibit file, Chair, which you should have, CJC 204, if somebody can just assist the witness. Page 4.
4.
Ms. Ncube,
Stain.
oh, I see, this is projected. We don't, the chair and I don't have our stain, bundles because we were not told we should bring them.
Apologies for that, Commissioner Baloy. We had requested that it be brought to you. So if you look at, these are page 4 of the stain exhibit bundle, photos of the the bags that were seized at Ayrton. You would remember them because you saw those bags, right? On the 9th of July, you saw those bags.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's the image on the 9th of July. And then if you go to back to page 50 and 51 of the exhibit bundle, does that look like the bags that you saw on the 9th?
Page?
Page 50 and 51, the images of the bags that I showed you, since you saw the bags on the 9th of July, does it look like it was the same bags? We at least have the benefit of having you here, because you would have seen those bags on the 9th of July because you handled them.
Saying what?
I'm asking the witness whether the bags that he handled on the 9th of July looks the same like page 49 and page 50 and 51, the photographs.
Same or similar?
Same or similar. Or maybe he'll say the same. They are the same.
Not
On stains
not similar,
exhibit 5.
perhaps.
Want to put it higher than that, Chair, because he's effectively an eyewitness. He saw the bags. He should be able to tell us whether they look the same.
Maybe to ask your question differently, if I may. Chief, your evidence and the Mahane as well, evidence is that when the container was open, the bags fell out. You remember that evidence. Now, the images that are on page 50 and 51,
Is it on stains file? The images?
No, the images, as I understand it, the image that is now at page 50 and at page 51 were found, it is said they were found in Mr. Nku's phone, those images. Remember the WhatsApp file at page 50? So what Ms. Seagulls says the evidence will be in due course, and what she's putting to you is that according to the analyst, these pictures that you see, these images that you see at page 50 and 51 were taken from Mr. Nku's phone, and they look like they were taken from inside the container. But forget the last part about the container. The question I think that Ms. Seagulls is seeking to clarify with you is that the bags that you saw fall out of the container, they looked like what you see at page 50 and 51. That is what is being sought to you.
I see the wrapping
Yes.
looks the same, but here on this one, I don't see clearly, because on the 9th, the one for the 9th,
Yes.
they got both handles not
Yeah.
wrapped.
Which was my question, whether when they fell out of the container, when you first saw them, did they have this kind of wrapping that you see at page 51?
Yes, they were. Yes,
They
were
had
wrapped.
that wrapping. All right, thank you. Ms. Seagulls?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
So it seems to me that if Mr. Nku has photographs of the drugs in the container on the 7th of July, 2021, I mean, this would have been taken before the container left its destination where it was coming from. So he had these photographs. He had them on the 7th of July, 2021. He speaks to you on the 8th of July. So I am saying to you that it is implausible that knowing what he knew on the 7th of July, that he wouldn't have confirmed with you positively that the drugs will be there, and I am saying to you that by this, when he speaks to you on the 8th of July, you had all the information that you needed to contact the necessary and the relevant authorities to deal with this matter on the 8th of July already.
When you say I had all the information, do you mean I had the details of the truck? I had these pictures? Or all information, what do you?
Yes, I'm saying that Mr. Nku had the pictures. I'm saying that he had the details of the truck. He says that he had given you sufficient information in order to do the operation follow-up. What else would you have needed? If he did, in fact, if he comes here and says that he gave you the details of the truck and he told you that the drugs were in the truck on the 8th of July, if that is his evidence that he comes and gives, what more would you have needed from him in order to take the necessary steps to seize these drugs in a lawful manner?
I want to answer you correctly. Sorry, please repeat.
Okay. If Mr. Nku gives evidence before the commission that when he spoke to you on the 8th of July, he gave you the details of the truck, including where the truck was going, and he gave you the license plate of the truck, and he told you that he's seen photographs of the drugs in the container, which is also in the truck. If he gave you that information, what more, and he gave you that on the 8th of July, what more did you need from him on the 9th of July in order for you to take the necessary steps for this to be a lawful police operation for the seizure of the drugs?
He is saying to me, it's Durban to Johannesburg. He might have, that's his information. What he's got in his information, like these things, I don't know. I didn't see.
Now, I'm saying to you, if he did tell you all of this, everything that he knew, if he told you everything that he knew on the Thursday night, what more did you need on the Friday? Did you need anything more?
Yes, I needed, because he's saying to me, it's coming to Joburg. What will I do about it if it's still in Durban? If he's saying it's in Joburg, I think I needed that, and I needed the details of the truck.
But I'm telling you that if he comes and he says he gave you the details of the truck.
He gave me on Thursday.
Yes, I'm not saying that is what happened, because you have a different version. I'm saying if he did, what more would you need?
I know he didn't.
I know that, Chief. I'm saying if. So forget about your version. If he told you, this is the truck, here's the license plate, I even have the coordinates, I'm going to send it to you of where the truck is, and there are drugs. I saw photos, there are drugs in that truck. What more did you need from him?
That the truck has landed.
And
if it has landed, give me the number plate, the details of the truck. That's all I needed from him.
No, he would have already given you the details.
No,
Okay.
he didn't.
Okay.
Chief, if you, on your version, if you were concerned that you don't end up wasting your time in conducting an operation that in fact is a negative, I think that's the language that you've used, is a negative, surely you would have requested more than the registration number of the truck. You would have wanted confirmation from him that there are drugs in that container. Otherwise, your earlier statement that you did not want to waste your time would not make sense. It only makes sense if you say, yes, I did ask for confirmation that there are drugs in that vehicle, in that container. Surely, you would have asked him to confirm there are drugs in there.
But Chair and Commissioners, here is the information. Mashaba, there is a truck from Devon. The truck is loaded with drugs.
Yes.
He wouldn't just say such an information. I don't know how he confirms that. I don't know. It's the information he is now giving to me. Here is there's a truck coming from Devon to Joburg,
Yeah.
transporting drugs.
Yes.
I said, okay. It's possibility that be on standby for this thing tomorrow. Then I said to him, no problem, if you say so, please confirm that it is positive.
Positive as in there are drugs in the container or the truck is coming up?
The truck is coming up. Remember, I'm waiting for the confirmation to say it will land
Yes.
on Friday.
Okay.
So if he says, sharp, no problem. Then on Friday he calls in the morning and say, the truck has landed, please come. To me, it's enough. That's all I know. The truck he was talking about yesterday is drugs.
You know that it has drugs in it because that's what he told
According-
you at
yes.
that point. Okay.
So it has landed, please come.
Okay.
I said, Sharp, where are you? I'm in Yellow Jersey. Konje, where is Yellow Jersey? No, let me send you location.
Okay.
I get the location. When I get to him, he gives me the details of the truck. The number plate, was it the number plate or, yeah, the number plate. Here is the truck. I said, oh, okay. On my way there, I am already calling to say, it is positive. If you are available, please come. I'm calling a person in Alberton. So,
Yes. Thank you, Chief. I think you've answered the question that I was
Okay.
asking. Thank you.
Just your response about what you considered positive confuses me. Can you explain the circumstances under which you could possibly have wasted your time, that is, leaving the things that you were doing? Under what circumstances could that possibly have happened then, in the context of what you've just explained to Commissioner Baloyi? I'm basing this on the answers you gave yesterday.
what is the exact question, Chair? Sorry.
Confirm that this is positive, because I do not want to leave the things that I'm doing and therefore waste my time. Now, I want to have an idea of the possible circumstances under which you could have wasted your time for you to insist on a positive confirmation. Well, what did you have in mind? How could that have arisen?
Chair. Number one, I'm going to mobilize resources.
No. That's not about the resources or whatever else you would have had to do once there was positive confirmation. Because mobilizing is when you are satisfied that there's positive confirmation. That's not what I'm asking you. You are saying you wanted to be assured that this was positive, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And that was for a reason. You did not want to waste your time and leave the things that you were doing. You said so yesterday, correct? Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Now you say it was enough if you were just told that the truck is now in Gauteng. That was enough. Now, what I want to understand from you is what could possibly have given rise to a waste of your time?
That I come there and there's nothing like that.
You come where you go to where he said the truck was,
On Friday.
and how could you possibly go there without him having said, come, the truck is here?
That's all I needed that's all I needed.
But how could you have gone there without him first having told you that the truck is here?
Maybe I don't know.
You would never have had to go there without being told that the truck is here. Because one, you didn't even know where exactly the truck would have to go. So you would have had to be told by him that the truck is now here.
Yes.
You get me?
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, your insistence that you should be told that the truck, or rather, this is all positive. Your insistence that you should be told that does not make sense, because you would have had to be told anyway, because you would not have been able to just up and go without him first having told you that the truck is here. So the positive confirmation that you are telling us about would have had to happen as a matter of course anyway. So it doesn't make sense that you insisted on positive information or positive confirmation. The positive confirmation you are telling us about would have had to happen as a matter of course. Positive confirmation that would make sense is positive confirmation that this is indeed drugs. And that's what we say he must have told you the previous day on the 8th already. Otherwise, positive confirmation that the truck has arrived does not make sense. He would have had to tell you that as a matter of course. Because how else or why else would you just up and go? And where on earth would you go to? I can see from your face that you understand nothing of what I'm saying.
Hi. Maybe you, Chair, at least I'm getting lost.
No, I will leave it at that.
Shall we take the tear, Chairman Chair?
Let's. Let's adjourn and come back at 11:40.
You, Chair.
Good morning again. We are ready to resume. Please make sure your devices are off. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Gelzingube.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, just before we continue on the topic of the photographs of the drugs and that, I would just want to close off one of the loose ends that I hadn't dealt with fully, which is on page 58 of the WhatsApp bundle exhibit. It's a conversation between you and Mr. Nku. In fact, if we can start on 57. On the 21st of February, the last one on page 57. It's a message from Mr. Nku. Do you have it?
Yes.
He says, hola, and then that's at 8:48. You also at 8:48, you have a thumbs up. And then you send him a photograph of someone, and the next message says no message content to display. On the next page, page 59, you say Sergeant Matabuche with the finger pointed up, suggesting that the message from earlier on is a photograph of him. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
And then there's a message from Mr. Nku at 3 on the 22nd of Feb saying, ask them to check this number plate, and then he gives a number plate. You say thumbs up, and then he gives you another number plate to look for. And then we have a photograph on page 60, and at the top of page 61 he says the phone he's using is Rika to this name. And still on the same day, part of the same conversation, he sends you information about a Wild Track Orange vehicle. And then we have that message we dealt with yesterday, Gwaza. Do you recall why he was sending you number plates to check?
I don't recall.
Is it something he would ask you to do routinely? Is that why you can't recall it, because it happens so frequently, or?
Sorry, what's the question?
Is it the reason why you can't recall because you did it often for him, so you can't recall this specific instance where he gave you these number plates to check, you don't know why? Or is it that you've now taken your usual stance of not remembering for the sake of convenience?
I know that I can check number plates. So this I don't recall.
No,
Why?
what do you mean you know you can check number plates? What do you mean by that?
I see here on ask them to check this number plate. Oh. If it's here, they saying, or he is saying, here is the number plate that needs to, not to be checked, but here's the number plate. Hey, I don't understand. I don't recall
Sorry,
what's
Chief,
happening.
you were asked, what do you mean you can check number plates? Not reading from the chat what you said.
No, I thought.
Does it mean you have a gadget or a device as part of your duties that when I give you a number plate, you are able to check using that device who the car belongs to?
I'm able to check.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is something that you do in your official capacity, to check number plates.
Yes.
Okay, so there would have had to be a basis for you to do it in your official capacity and lawfully. You can't just randomly, for whatever reason, even or specifically for personal reasons, just check a number plate of any person. There
Yes.
must be a basis for it, surely.
Yes.
A lawful basis.
There?
A lawful basis. You must have formed the view that it's a lawful request that's being made by a citizen to you. You can't just decide that, you can't just offer to check people's number plates because a civilian requests that you check them. Can you?
No, I can't just.
Yes.
Me, I can, let's say the car is parked next to my yard. Even if I'm off, I can take the number plate and check.
Yes, I know you have the power to do so, but that power is not an unfettered power. You must have there must be a basis for you to do it. It seems to me that a friend can't just say to you, please can you check this number plate of this person, I want to see who it belongs to. Why would you be entitled to do that?
Yes, there will be a reason why.
Yes, a lawful reason.
There will be a reason.
Yes.
There will be a reason why.
And in this instance, he's just saying check this number plate, so why are you just checking it? He must have told you the reason that you must check it, and you must have thought that it was a proper reason for you to exercise your power to do so.
This I cannot remember. What was this for?
But whatever it was for, it could not have been for the exercise of your duties, lawful duties as a traffic officer. It couldn't be. It comes from Mr. Nku. You are checking for Mr. Nku, not in the discharge of your functions as a traffic officer.
What's the question,
The question is,
Commissioner?
the question is, you're checking number plates at the request of Mr. Nku could not have happened in the course of you discharging your normal duties as a traffic officer when you look up numbers for Mr. Nku, registration numbers for Mr. Nku. That's not you exercising your functions as a police officer.
I don't understand. Maybe rephrase the question, maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to rephrase it. When Mr. Nku, as we have seen with the airport cases of looking for gold, as you tell us, of looking for lost currency, as you told us, for Mr. Nku, you agreed yesterday, you called it a side hustle, right? It's not official police duty. I'm saying the same thing, that when Mr. Nku gives you people's registration numbers, vehicle registration numbers, and he says, look up this, when you do look it up, that's not official police duty that you are doing. It's not official police work that you are doing.
Depending on the reason why is he saying, check this number plate.
Why would you look up? You see, the context about Mr. Nku is, remember, you're doing other transactions with him, and he's your funder. We have established that. When he gives you details of motor vehicles, unless you can explain it to us and say the reason he gave you these motor vehicles to look at is A, B, C, D, and from that, we are able to determine that this was legitimate police business that is given to you, Chief, by a member of the public, because he has an explanation that you are giving to us. In the absence of that, it's reasonable to conclude this is yet one of those schemes where he asks you to do things in your side hustle with him, or in what you call side hustle with him. It's reasonable to conclude that in the absence of an explanation. And we don't have an explanation because you say you don't remember.
Yes, I don't remember,
Yes.
Commissioners.
Don't focus on there, I don't remember. Focus on my saying, it is reasonable to conclude that this is one of the side hustles that you were doing with Mr. Nku in 2019. It's reasonable to conclude that. Absent an explanation from you of what this was about.
Well, I wouldn't agree because I'm saying I don't remember. I wouldn't agree it will be, it's one of my side hustles.
I'm saying it's reasonable to conclude that it is one of the side hustles because we don't have any other explanation from you.
Is it reasonable, Commissioner, to me?
I'm saying, well, it's reasonable for me to conclude.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy to bring it to me.
Well-
It's reasonable for me to conclude. I'm suggesting to you, it's reasonable for me to conclude in the absence of an explanation why Mr. Nku is giving you registration numbers to check that this is yet another case of your side hustle with him.
Well, I don't have control over that, Commissioner.
Over what?
Over your conclusion.
I'm asking you, it's reasonable. I'm not asking you whether you have control over my conclusion. I'm asking you to apply your thought process that look at these facts. Fact, he sends you people's registration numbers, including in some case a car, a vehicle model. He gives you that information. We ask you, you get asked, why do you have this? Why is he sending you this stuff? You say, I don't remember. And I'm saying to you, it is a reasonable conclusion to draw in the absence of an explanation for that activity, that this is one of the things that you are doing as a side hustle with Mr. Nku. I'm saying to you, it's reasonable. You can say you don't have a comment, and I'll accept that, but you've heard what I say, that it is a reasonable conclusion.
No comment.
Okay.
Commissioner.
Why were you giving him, Mr. Mataboge here, Sergeant Mataboge, is he someone that you know personally and that you have a relationship with?
I don't even remember. I don't know Mataboge.
No, I don't accept or I don't believe you that you do not remember because you actually had a meeting with him. You tell Mr. Nku, let me find that page. Yes, at page 56 of that same bundle. So what you do is you send a picture on the 22nd of February, but before you send that picture, on the 18th at page 56, you say, good morning, S. We met very late yesterday with Captain Mataboge. He is talking to his colleagues today, and we expect a positive answer. This is you writing to Mr. Nku. So it's unbelievable. It's difficult to accept that you don't remember. You met with him. You sent a picture of him to Mr. Nku. It's simply not true that you don't remember who he is and what it was about.
I don't remember, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I just want to check something with you. In the build-up to the Oratile incident, my question may be asked, same question but for different reasons. And before I ask my question, I understand that you can't give me the exact figure. You can't even get close. Our starting point we know is 20,000. I just need to know over the years, how much money has Nku given you? Is it less than 100,000? Is it less than 200? Is it more than 200? Is it close to 500? You can give me a round figure that is close to what you believe is.
That's too much money.
How much has he given you over the years? If you had to guess without giving me the exact number, if you had to estimate.
It wouldn't be more than 50,000.
But it will be more than 20, we know that.
It wouldn't be more than 50,000.
No, it will be more than 20, but it won't be more than 50,000. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
Yes, because we agreed yesterday that the starting point was 20,000. So he would have given you something between 20 and 50,000, and that's about it.
Yes.
Okay.
Does that number include payments into Shilobane Lodge? I think yesterday we established that you have a company, or you had a company, the details of which, the
It
bank
includes-
details of, it includes payments into that company. Thank you.
Thank you. So we were just dealing with I showed you the photographs, we dealt with that. I want to go back to your statement we now want to move on to the Ayrton scene. Your statement on page 2 about what happened on the 9th of July.
Yes.
Paragraph 5.
Yes.
You say, on the following morning, Friday, 9 July, at about 5 a.m., I received a call from Mr. Nku who confirmed that the information was positive and that I should come meet him at a certain place in Alberton. I left my house to the agreed location, and then you say I was driving a silver gray state VW Golf 7. What was the agreed location where you were going to meet him in Alberton? Where
Yellow
was-
jersey.
Yellow jersey. Did he give you the name of the place? Did he send you a location?
Location.
He sent you a location. He sent you a pin location.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Did he send you the pin location before or after you spoke to him at 5 a.m.?
When I'm leaving the house after his call.
Yes. So he calls you. Does he then send the location, or does he first send you the location and then call you?
Then I can't remember, but I think I left, then he sent me location. That's what
Okay.
I can't remember, he sent location first or he called me first, but I think he called. On my way to him, he sent the pin.
Okay. Then just at 6, I'm going to just read parts of it and then we can deal with it. 6, I met Mr. Nku and he gave me a briefing on his information and the truck in question. After the briefing, I decided to engage the process of intercepting the truck and to have it searched. So this would have happened after 5 o'clock, 5 a.m., because you meet him after 5 a.m.
After 5 o'clock, yes.
Yes. Do you recall more or less what time you met with him?
Between 5 and 6.
And do you recall what time you would have contacted Warrant Officer Pokungwane to assist?
On my way to him.
So after 5 as well?
After 5 years.
Okay.
After his call.
And did he send you the pin location on Telegram? The app Telegram?
I can't remember, was it WhatsApp or Telegram?
Okay. So you were using Telegram at the time?
At some stage, there was Telegram and WhatsApp.
Okay. I just want to, Chair, there's a file that would have been given to you. It's called Boyson 98/07/2021. It has a presentation there. We've only provided the witness with the pages that are relevant for his purposes, for sensitivity reasons. We just want to disclose the relevant aspects for him. I'm informed by my learned friend, Ms. Poe, that it was dealt with by a previous witness. But we are only giving this witness access to the pages that are relevant to him and that I want to engage him on. Chief, you would have been given 3 pages there, page 26, 27, and 28 of that bundle. Now, page 26 is a report from, it's an extract and an analysis from Telegram discussion or conversation between you and Mr. Nku on the Telegram app. And the analysis part will be the top part, and then where you see from, that is the chat, the data that comes directly from the chat. And I want to just clarify the time that is, or the date that's reflected. It says on 2021/07/09, that is 9 July 2021, Nku, and it says the illusion owner, it should be not sent, it's that you received from Mr. Nku. So that sentence is incorrect. It should read, on the 9th of July 2021, Samuel Mashaba received a location from Mr. Nku through the telegram of where they should go, and the coordinates are that of Yellow Jersey Logistics in Roodekorp. Now, let me just clarify the time why it says the 9th of July. You received it or accessed it at 00:25, so 25 minutes after midnight on the 9th of July, 2021. And the time is important because if you look at the message itself, where it says from is Mr. Nku. The timestamp of the message when he sends it to you is 25 minutes past 10 on the 8th.
Ms. Segal, you're moving too fast
Okay.
for us.
Can I start with the message itself and then explain? So we'll start with from. Take it step by step. Where it says from, where the message says from, that is from Mr. Nku. He sends it timestamp at 22:25 on the 8th of July, 2021, which is the day when you said you had the conversation with him. The source app is Telegram, and the body is the message that was sent. And what was shared was GPS coordinates, and those GPS coordinates are to Yellow Jersey Logistics. Now, the bullet point at the top where it says to Melo Nku and Samuel Mashaba, this is what the analyst is saying is reflected in that telegram message. It should read, Mr. Mashaba received or accessed this telegram message on the 9th of July 2021 at 00:25. So 25 minutes past midnight, you received the PIN location that Mr. Nku had sent at 10:30 the evening before. Do you see that at 22:25 he sent it? You only accessed it at 00:25.
And where do we see the 00:25?
It should be on the analyst report. I believe that it has been clarified and it will be updated to reflect the correct time when that evidence is laid further. So that is and I'm going to give you an opportunity to comment about whether you recall receiving the location after midnight or accessing the location coordinates after midnight on the 9th of July. Do you recall?
Midnight.
Yes, shortly after midnight. You said he sent you the coordinates? Remember, you said he sent you the PIN location.
Yes.
But your suggestion was that he sent it to you either just before the call at 5 o'clock in the morning, or it could have been when you were on your way already to meet him, which would have been after 5 o'clock in the morning.
I don't see the time you're talking about.
Yes, I'm telling you about the time that you said. Remember, you said that he would have sent you the PIN location either after 5 when you were on your way to meet him already, or before 5 when you called him.
Not before 5.
Okay, so after 5.
After 5.
So this report shows that he sent it at 22:25 the day before. Do you see the timestamp? Timestamp says 2021/07/08, 2022:2025, which means 25 minutes past 10 in the evening, on Thursday evening. That's when he sent it.
That's what? No,
You dispute that?
he sent me in the morning, after 5.
If, the simple point that is being made is that you and Nku were communicating via telegram, and according to this report, he sent you the location at 25 minutes past 10 on the 8th. And then just after midnight, before your conversation in the morning, just after midnight, you then opened the message. At 25 minutes past midnight, you opened the message, which was before this call that you say took place at 5 o'clock in the morning. That's the simple point that is being made. That before the call in the morning, you had already accessed the location just after midnight on the 9th.
I don't remember that. I remember saying to him, please send location of that yellow jersey in the morning after waking up.
Okay. And then the next message, you'll see the messages are divided by, there's a dotted line there. The next message is also from Mr. Nku. The timestamp is 22:25:37, so a few seconds after he sends the location, that same Thursday evening. And then it's also from Telegram. The body says, that's the message that was in the message, we need to go there. So that he sends to you 22:25 on the Thursday. We need to go there.
Here, we need to go.
Oh, we need to go here, my apologies. We need to go here, meaning we need to go here where I've sent you that pin location, that's where we need to go.
I'm not like him. Where is my response to this?
Okay.
If maybe you would say, I communicated or I saw.
I'm just telling you what he said. Remember, I didn't say to you when you access this message, when you've read it. I'm just telling you when he sent you the information. So he told you already that he sent you the coordinates on the 8th already, the evening of the 8th, and he told you on the 8th, the evening of the 8th, we need to go here. And then the next message is at 22:28 from him to you again saying before 6:30, meaning we need to go here to Yellow Jersey Logistics before 6:30. Do you want to comment?
I would have communicated, I would have responded to this if I saw it.
Okay.
I was sleeping on the 8th.
Can I just find out why were you suddenly using Telegram with Mr. Nku? What was the reason for moving to the Telegram app?
What was the reason
Yes.
to use Telegram?
You were using WhatsApp previously, and then here we can see that you are now using the Telegram app. What was the reason for that? One of you must have suggested that let's stop using WhatsApp, let's start using Telegram. What was the reason for that?
I don't know exactly what was the reason.
Because I'll be honest with you, I did not know about Telegram until September 2025. I did not know that there's even such a thing, and I'm much younger than you. And when I was told that I must use Telegram, I was given the reason. I don't want to share that reason with you, but I was given a reason why we should move from WhatsApp to Telegram. So my question to you is, what made you and Mr. Nku decide that for the purposes of this operation, we're going to communicate via Telegram and not WhatsApp?
I don't even remember we used Telegram. All along, I'm of the opinion that we used WhatsApp.
But we were,
For-
we were in your WhatsApps. I think we were dealing with your WhatsApps with Mr. Nku. And you could see from those WhatsApps that there were no WhatsApps from July 2021. And this report shows that in July 2021, you were communicating by means of this Telegram app.
Well,
And
I can't,
my simple question to you is, why did you, the two of you, decide that you will communicate via Telegram? And whose idea was it? Because somebody must have said, let's stop communicating via WhatsApp, let's start communicating via Telegram, and then a reason would have been given. So I'm trying to understand that.
I don't know exactly.
I think even Chair did not know about Telegram. So, because it's
Speak for yourself.
to move from one app that you are used to another app, there must be a reason. And it is relevant for us to understand what that reason was, because it may be relevant to what is going on the 9th of July.
I don't think there was a reason.
So it was just a random decision.
I don't think, yes. I don't think there
You
was a
didn't
reason.
ask any questions. You didn't say, Nku, why are we now moving from
I
WhatsApp
don't
to
even-
this app?
I don't even remember that we used Telegram. Hence, I don't remember the reason why we switched to Telegram.
Because you have to download it. It's not something that, is automatically there and you can just switch from this to that. There's
I
a
know.
process where you have to download Telegram.
I know I've got Telegram.
And there's a reason why you would use Telegram instead of WhatsApp if you are used to using WhatsApp. And I don't understand why you're not prepared to tell us what that reason is. And I'm not suggesting anything to you because you are the one who made the decision to move from WhatsApp to Telegram. So I'm asking for your reason.
No specific reason per se. If I'm in WhatsApp and say, let's switch, it would mean we're giving maybe WhatsApp a break. Let's go to Telegram.
Or maybe because you know that it's not easy to access WhatsApp. If a third party wanted to access the communication in WhatsApp, it would not be easy to do so.
It's not.
It's
I
more
know-
secure. Let me put it in technical language. Telegram is more secure, and a third party cannot easily access your communication with Nku if it is on Telegram.
But here is it accessed. How will I?
Do you accept that Telegram is more secure? I mean, Commissioner Kumalo is putting that to you as a fact. Do you accept that?
I don't know how secured it is. I don't know.
Yeah. Why would you, in particular, have downloaded the Telegram app? You have WhatsApp. You conduct official police business. I'm assuming on WhatsApp when you get information, law enforcement, you have no problem doing that on WhatsApp. I assume you have no problem, like most of us, to talk about your personal and family matters on WhatsApp. We've also seen you discussing your transactions with Mr. Nku on WhatsApp.
Maybe a
the question
preference.
is, why would you have chosen to go into Telegram at all, to have that app at all as a basis for communication?
No specific reason, Chair. Maybe preference.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then if we go to page 27, so page 27 is an analysis of the WhatsApps. Some of the messages are encrypted. They weren't able to access it because it's secured with end-to-end encryption. But the first block that has a message, that message is from Warrant Officer Pokungwane to you, And if you look at the timestamp, which is the last column on the right, you'll see 2021, 07, 09, 0341. So 20 to 4 in the morning. He sends you the number. If you look at the body, the column that says body, he sent you Warrant Officer Makhane's number. And we know from your evidence that Warrant Officer Pokongwane couldn't assist you, and he then he referred you to Warrant Officer Makhane. But according to this, that happened at 20 to 4 in the morning already. Do you want to comment on that?
No comment.
What it means, Chief Mashaba, is at 20 to 4 in the morning, you already knew that you need assistance from Pokongwane and from Makhano. That's what this means. That as at this time, when you receive this contact of Makhano at 3:41, you already knew at that point that you are going on to this operation and you're going to need assistance. And what that means is your earlier evidence that you only met with Mr. Nku, and only when you met with him did you know you're going to need assistance, cannot be true. You knew at 3:41 in the morning. You reached out. You couldn't wait for the sun to come up. At 3:41, you reached out. Before, in fact, 3:41, you reached out to Pokongwane to say, I need assistance. So you knew what was going to happen. You're shaking your head.
I only knew in the morning.
That's not true. It's not true. It is false to say you only knew later than 3:41 when we have evidence here that at 3:41 already you had called Pukungwane to say, I need assistance. This document proves itself. It doesn't come from my mouth. This document says it is false. Your evidence is false that you only knew in the morning after speaking to Mr. Nku on the 9th. That's what the document says.
Chair, it's totally unfair that something will be pushed through my throat, even if the authenticity of this thing needs to be investigated. I must just be told, this is what happened. Just given a paper like this, I'm saying in the morning, just because I don't agree to this, it's a lie. I don't think it's fair.
All right, let me reformulate. I'm happy to reformulate what I'm going to say and still put the same proposition that I'm making. Assuming this document is a true reflection of what it purports to be, that it's not doctored, it's not a false document, it's not a created document. Let's assume, for purposes of my proposition, right? From that premise, assuming that this information that says at 3:41 in the morning, Pukungwane sent you Mokhane's contact details, assuming there's no question about the reliability of this document, and we accept on its face what it says. What it says, the 3:41 contact from Pukungwane would mean, maybe let me also choose my words carefully, would mean that your earlier evidence that you only got to know the details of this operation when you met with Mr. Nku, and it is only after he had given you those details on the 9th in the morning that you started mobilizing resources. It would mean that evidence is false. If what is contained in this document, if what is contained in this document is the truth, the timestamp, Do you understand the proposition I'm making to you?
I don't even want to attempt to say it might be, because really, I really feel things are being pushed to me, and I must just be forced. I must just be forced to agree. Whereas I'm saying, and whatever I'm saying here, it's a true reflection of what happened. But now if I'm being proven wrong and I agree to it, I don't think it is fair. And I'm pushed again I'm forced actually to agree. And if I don't agree, I'm lying.
Okay. Chief, I think you do understand very well what this engagement is. Yeah, I think you do. Just observing you in the last 2 days, I know you have a full understanding of what this engagement is about, including when I say to you, for purposes of our engagement, let's assume this page is a true reflection of what is contained. You fully understand what that means for purposes of engagement. But I'm going to move on and actually make the statement to you, because you refuse to engage with my suggestion that let's make an assumption and then about the contents of this, the truthfulness of it, and then let's see if we can get the kind of comment that I'm asking. But you're refusing to do that because you feel you're being forced. And I've said to you, I don't believe that's how you feel about it.
I feel...
No, let me finish. I'm going to make my statement. An analyst will come and testify and confirm that the document at page 27 is an extraction, is an accurate, a credible and reliable extraction of communication that relates to you and Warrant Officer Pukungwane. We will have an analyst who will confirm the authenticity of this. And from that premise, I'm saying to you, what this shows, what this document shows, is that your evidence, earlier evidence about when you met with Mr. Nku and first became aware of what the operation was going to be about, when you mobilized resources, the timing of it. This proves that evidence of yours is false. And that's a statement I'm making to you, that this document proves that you were untruthful and you continue to be untruthful about your engagement with Mr. Nku on the day when you went and operationalized his information. That's a statement I'm putting to you. You can comment if you want, and if you don't want to, we will proceed.
I'll have to comment and start by saying I totally disagree, because it is interpreted wrongly. It is interpreted wrongly. For an example, I was listening to the news this morning that Chief Mashaba, what is it exactly saying? Chief Mashaba agreed that he's been funded by a civilian. But still, on the clip, Commissioner Baloy says Mashaba is going to be charged because of criminally charged or prosecuted. But still, I am heard saying no comment.
Okay.
So at no stage did I say yes.
Okay. All right. I've put to you my statement. What you're saying has nothing to do with what I've put to you. I'm going to move on. Thanks, Ms. Sickles.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one issue. Are you disputing the WhatsApps that you sent that is reflected on page 27, or are you also disputing the telegram on page 26, that the telegrams were sent at the night before from Mr. Nku to you?
I'm refusing the times.
Even the telegram times
I'm
on page
refusing.
26?
Yes,
Okay.
because the authenticity of this also needs to be verified. Again, even the analysts, I know there must be a certificate for this. So I wouldn't just agree to something that is contrary to what I'm saying, and then I'll be labeled a liar.
No, no one is saying you're a liar. You're entitled to do that because that evidence hasn't yet been verified. That is why we are saying to you that is what will be presented. We're giving you an opportunity. That's why I want to clarify the difference between page 26 and 27, because page 26 relates to messages between you, and Mr. Nku on Telegram. So I'm asking, do you dispute the times there as well? That he sent his communication to you on the 8th of July, the location and we need to go here and before 6:30.
Can I say something?
Yes, you can.
Things that I say I don't remember, I don't recall, this, that. We don't pass. Yesterday, there's one question, I think we were on that question for almost an hour. Just because you want me to say, you want me to agree, and you are forcing me to agree. If I don't agree, I'm lying. If it's the other way around, I'm not helpful to the commission. I don't know what to do. I want to do my best to work with the commission. So,
Can we just take it step by step? I'm asking you on page 26, which is the telegram conversation. Do you dispute that those messages were sent to you on the 8th of July 2021?
I dispute.
Okay. And when do you say you received them? Do you accept that you received the messages?
I don't even remember using, all along I thought, or I'm thinking, we used WhatsApp. And the times I'm saying, in the morning, I think I'm telling the truth. So, I'm saying in the morning, you give me a piece of paper to say, it's not in the morning, it's this time. Again, forced to agree.
Sorry, Chief. I'm only talking about page 26. You have an issue with 27. I'm not going to go back to 27. I'm talking about page 26. Insofar as the page 26, that Mr. Nku sent you the location at 10:25 the evening of the 8th of July. Are you disputing that he sent it to you via telegram at that time?
I'm saying I got location.
Okay. How did you get it? Did you get it? He sent you the location. How do you say you got it? Telegram or WhatsApp?
Now that you're bringing Telegram, I can't remember we used Telegram or WhatsApp. I can't remember now. Because you're now saying to me, you didn't use WhatsApp, you used a Telegram. Then I don't know which is which now.
Okay. And so when he, on your version, calls you on the 9th at around 5 o'clock to say, meet me, he sends you the location while you're on your way there. Would he have also then said to you before 6:30? You see the last message there on page 26 where he says, we need to go here, and then the next message before 6:30. When would he have sent that to you, according to you?
All I know is the location I got in the morning on the 9th.
That's the only one you're willing to say that you received, but
Yes.
only on the 9th. These other messages where he says we need to go here, you didn't receive them.
No,
And before 6:30, you didn't receive those.
I didn't.
Okay, let's move on then. Now,
Sorry, did you deal with 28? Maybe I missed it, so it may be
I was thinking that Commissioner Kumalo, because he is disputing it and we
27.
haven't, yeah,
Then there's
it's
no
the
need to
same,
deal with
28 is the
28.
same, yeah. We'll rather just leave it until we get the verification. Can we go to the WhatsApp bundle again? Just want to deal with one more WhatsApp before we go to your statement.
Sorry, Advocate Siggles, you've been overruled by the commissioners, so you must deal with page 28. Chief, what page 28 shows, and I've taken note of your reservations about these documents, what page 28 shows is that you were communicating with Warrant Officer Makhano at around 4 a.m. on the morning of 9 July 2021. So you could not have been in communication with him after the 5 o'clock phone call or after 7 o'clock. You were in communication with him. If you look at the timestamp on the extreme right of that table, just below the dark blue column, it says 9 July 2021, 4:40 a.m. And you sent him coordinates to Yellow Jersey Logistics around that time. That's what this extraction shows, this report. Do you also dispute that you sent him, or you spoke to him rather, before 5 a.m. that day? And you sent him location before 5 a.m. that day?
I got a call around 5 o'clock.
No, I'm not talking about the call. This is now communication between you and Warrant Officer Makhano. That communication happens around 4:40 a.m. on the 9th of July 2021.
I spoke to Mohane after 5 o'clock.
So then you dispute what this document shows.
I dispute because I'm saying only after 5 I got the number.
What
Of
this
Mukhane.
document show, Chief Mashaba, is that you did not sleep that night of the 8th of July 2021, leading to the 29th operation. You did not sleep.
I slept, Commissioner.
Ms. Ngube, what does the UTC mean there in terms of time?
Yes.
I know with the previous witness, and it was a different set of messages, we had to do the subtracting and the adding of
Yes.
2 hours and so.
Commissioner Baloy, that is why, insofar as the telegram is concerned, we need to verify whether, because telegram is correct, but we need to verify the WhatsApp. That's why I said until it's been verified, we won't deal with that page, page 28. So I will come back on that to the Commission on it. You'll see on page 26, Telegram also uses the UTC. And it's the same on WhatsApp, but we're not sure whether with the WhatsApp if there's a difference between the 2 times. So that's what we need to just clarify in fairness to the witness. That's why I didn't want to deal with page 28 as well until we've clarified.
The point applies to 27 as well.
It may potentially still apply to 27, but there may be a difference because of what is sent, as opposed to a message versus a location, so that's what we need to clarify. The location may be the correct if it's sent that time, but if it's a message, there may be a difference in time. That's what we want to clarify That's why I didn't want to deal with page 28 yet with the witness, because
I'll just-
that has two messages.
Chief Mashaba, just in case you did not understand the engagement between the evidence leaders and the commissioners, the question I asked you about page 28 and the times, for now it's fair to withdraw it, and your answer to it, to withdraw it in its entirety, because that time that you see on page 28 must still be verified. It may be that what you see as 4:40 a.m. is in fact 6:40 a.m. So that must still be verified. And to be fair to you, until the analyst confirms the actual time, I must withdraw the question so that you won't be held to the answer that you gave.
Okay.
You understand
Okay,
that?
Commissioners.
And in my view, that also applies to page 27 as well. And that's because of the different time zones. You are aware of that, eh?
Yes, I'm
Time
aware.
zones and all, yeah. So we won't hold you to your responses with regard to the times on these pages, nor will the commissioners and indeed the evidence leaders be insistent on the times appearing here, because in terms of South African time, there may be differences. So for now, we'll forget the times until the verification process that Ms. Sigals-Ncube is referring to has been undertaken.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just check something? Chief, with that in mind, can I just check whether we are in fact that far apart? So the Commissioner Khumalo was talking to you about page 28, which records UTC 0440. So it says 25 to 5. If we add 2 hours, that will be 25 to 7. Does it sound like, when I say 25 to 7, does it sound familiar that that would be the time you would have spoken to Mahano?
No,
To 7. You still say it's much later.
no, because I know we left Yellow Jersey around 6 o'clock to Oratile.
So you spoke to him before 25 to 7. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. And then applying the same principle to page 27, your communication with Mahano, with Pukungwane, here it says 0341. If we add 2 hours, it will make it 0541. Does that sound right, that you would have communicated with him around that time, or you still say it was later than 0541, which is 20 to 6?
As long as it is after 5,
Yeah,
I will agree.
okay. All right, thank you.
And we should also make sure that the analyst is an expert with regard to the time as well, because the expert may be an expert with regard to telling us, downloading all of this and speaking just more the content and so on.
Correct, Chair.
Yes.
But of course, this qualification doesn't apply to page 26, which is the telegram conversation, insofar as that UTC may very well be correct, but even if it isn't, it is still inconsistent with the time.
It's still
Yes.
at night.
Yes, it's still at night.
Either night or very early hours.
Correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Can I then take you to the WhatsApp bundle so that we can deal with the actual scene and your participation there? But there's one trail of WhatsApps that I'd like to refer you to before we get there regarding Mr. Nku's knowledge when he then activates your involvement in this. You say you were not aware of who Mr. Nku's boss was. You didn't know what kind of business he was doing. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you to go to page 49 of the WhatsApp bundle, which is, it's CJC 274.1.
Oh,
Do you have it? Perhaps we can start on page 47 if you have the.
Can we not have this blown up?
I'm going to refer you to the bigger, I just want to show the timestamp because the big picture doesn't have the timestamp. So, page 47, if you will, please. This is again content that was obtained from Mr. Nku's phone, which is communication on Thream between him and who we've come to know as EB Boss Alpha. I'm going to refer you to page 47 and the messages on page 49, but to go to the larger images of that, if you can go to 324, page 324.
page?
324. Sorry, it's page 326. My apologies. 326. Let me know when you have it.
Do we keep our finger at 47,
Yes.
is it?
49, Chair.
40, oh, 49.
Do you have it?
326.
Yes.
Yes, I'm on 326.
So on page 326, it's the same image that you see on page 49. And page 49 is just beneficial because it gives us the date of the data from Mr. Nku's phone. It's 1 July 2021 at 1924. So this is before the Eraton incident on 1 July 2021. So on 326, this is the messages between him and Alpha. His will be in the green and Alpha is the white. Alpha says, I only got to know now. Then he says, but what is that container carrying? That's Mr. Nku. Alpha says, no idea, behind door. Then Nku says, boss, these people are really making our job impossible by the day. And in response to Alpha's message behind door, Mr. Nku says, please ask them, because if they loaded it on a car or anything that can be mobile from the container, it will be a bust, comma. And then he sends another message saying, boss, please tell the people that avoid any containers with metal or anything automobile. Only load goods or sugar. Anything that goes to Pier 1 or 2 is workable. Remember, there was a bust a week ago. Now we need to go offloading from trucks again. And he's got a surprise emoji. And then next one is call aborted. So he probably attempted a call. So he's saying, remember, there was a bust a week ago. The bust, what we think he's referring to, is the bust that occurred at the Durban CHC depot on the 22nd of June 2021, which would be just over a week from the 1st, when he has this conversation. And he's saying, now we need to go offloading from trucks again. And this is before he communicates with you about a truck that's carrying drugs from Durban to Johannesburg, and in respect of which he has photographs of these bags in a container. Were you aware of his involvement in this when he...
I was not aware.
Do you...
I was not aware.
You were not aware. You were not aware of any of this?
I was not aware.
Okay. And so when he activates you, when he gives you that information, can I just ask you whether you knew that he had engaged with you said you didn't know, but I just wanted to know definitively whether he had spoken to Lieutenant General Mfazi.
No.
Do you know who that is?
Lieutenant Fazi,
Yeah.
I knew after his death or after he passed on.
That he was did Mr. Nku tell you that he had engaged with him before?
No.
Okay, you didn't know about that.
I didn't know.
Okay. So you can see that the person that is giving you information about drugs in a truck that's coming from Durban to Johannesburg, in fact, is involved in this from the outset. He knows on 1 July 21 already that there's drugs that are going to come through.
I wouldn't speak for him.
Yes, I'm just trying to show you the person that you were dealing with at the
Okay.
time. He was not an informant that was trying to assist you with a lawful drug bust. Do you want to comment on that?
To me, it was lawful. But here, hence I'm saying, I cannot speak for him. But what he gave me was lawful. And I didn't even know it started somewhere.
Why would you think that this time it would be lawful when every other time that he engaged you, it was for unlawful side hustle activities?
I trusted what he told me. I trusted the information that he told me.
So you trusted that this was not going to be a bust. You trusted that this was just another attempt by him to involve you in an unlawful side hustle. Because you've never done anything lawful for him. Why now this time? Unless you haven't told us about the lawful stuff you've done for him.
So what's your question? Sorry.
Why would you think that this time he's engaging you or he's asking you to assist him with a lawful drug bust?
You are not correct when you say I have not done anything lawful.
Please remind us what you have done that's lawful for him.
Yesterday? I even forgot today, it's Friday. I spoke about the diesel, the information that he gave in Vereniging of diesel. That we did.
What was that? Remind me what that was, because we don't have any record of it.
I was asked either yesterday or the other day.
Yes, you told us, but we also know that there's no evidence of that in the communication between the two of you. It's your say-so. So just remind us what happened in that. All I know is that you said it was within your jurisdiction. I didn't understand you to be saying that it was something that was lawful that you were doing, just that it was within Vereniging. But I may have misunderstood you.
I was asked, yes. I was asked, did Nku give you information before? I said, yes. Other information was out of my jurisdiction. I couldn't do anything about it. He gave me the other one of diesel in Vereniging.
Okay, give
Of
us the
which I-
details of that so we can follow up on that. What was it?
Diesel and fake diesel or something.
When was this?
I'm not sure, but 2019 somewhere there, yes.
2019.
Yes.
Okay. What were the facts of that case?
There was a fake diesel, somewhere, an illegal depot in Vereniging somewhere, where I called the police to come and attend to it. And then the police called can't remember. The people that are dealing with those petroleum, whatever.
Okay, and was the diesel seized?
I don't know what exactly happened because I left it with the police, and because police were calling those people, I can't remember, I can't recall what are they called. The experts in testing the authenticity of this fluid.
Who did you contact with, did you make contact with in Vereniging? Was it Vereniging Police Station? Who did you refer the matter to?
I think, I can't remember who did I call, but I know that I left it to the police because police even said they also don't know how to deal with these diesel things. They'll have to call other people.
Just, do you know if an inquiry was opened at Vereniging Police Station?
Honestly, I don't know what happened to their case. I don't know.
So it will be a waste of our time to go to Vereniging Police Station and try to make inquiries.
I think so because I, even myself, didn't even follow up.
Okay, so this was not one of those instances where you decide to go and do the seizure yourself, outside of your powers to do so.
This was?
This was the diesel incident. This wasn't one of those incidents where you decided to act outside of your powers to go and do this bust. Here, you knew to refer it to the police and not to have any further involvement.
I've always called the police if something is out of my scope or my area of responsibility. I will refer it to the relevant people. That is the police.
Unless it's a side hustle. We know from the evidence, and I ask this just to clarify, from the yesterday's evidence, which involved Gauza and them at the airport, that's a side hustle. You don't call the police for something like that. I'm just clarifying. That's all.
Can I please not comment on that?
Why can't you comment? You say you always call the police. That's what you say, remember? Yeah, just a second ago, you said I always call the police when it is out of my jurisdiction. That's what you said. And I'm saying, but that's not always the case. You have operations such as the airport operation, which you did, which we discussed yesterday, which is outside of your jurisdiction. You did not call the police. So your answer saying I always call the police must be qualified. That's really the point I'm saying. You still don't want to comment?
Can I please not comment?
Okay, thank you.
And it is surprising that you do remember the diesel incident with such clarity, except when we ask you for specifics as to who you referred it to. But when we ask you about the airport stuff, where there's actual contemporaneous recordals of what you're discussing, it doesn't jog your memory. So can you see how implausible it is that this diesel incident could have actually happened, the fake diesel incident? There's no record of it in the WhatsApp conversations between you and Mr. Nku. You can't tell us who you referred it to. And when we ask you about stuff where there is contemporaneous recording, you have amnesia. Do you want to comment on that, Chief?
No comment.
Okay.
Sorry, are you moving away from, you had asked a question about page 326, and I'm not sure. Maybe let me ask my own question.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Valoy.
Which is really more, I think it's more a formulation of what you asked to see if we can get a better answer. Chief, you were referred to that WhatsApp exchanges, is it WhatsApp? No, 3MA exchanges at page 326. And this is between Alpha and Mr. Nku, where they are quite obviously, just from the text, when you read the text, They are talking about how drugs should be transported, with Mr. Nku suggesting, please ask your people if they loaded it on a car or anything that can be mobile from the container, it will be a bust. And then he says, avoid any containers with metal or anything automobile. Only load goods or sugar. Anything that goes to Pier 1 or 2 is workable. That text, and I think Ms. Sigals has indicated that this is supposed to have been on the 1st of July, 2021. What I'm wanting to check with you, and I think this is what she was trying to get you to comment on, that according to this page 326, it conveys, you may not have known it, and for purposes of my question, I'm not saying you knew this, which I'm going to ask, that according to this page 326, it is clear, or it conveys, that Mr. Nku was engaging or arranging in the trafficking or the movement of drugs from wherever, and they land at the port, and they are going to come out of the port. Pier 1, Pier 2 is preferable. That's what this conveys. I know you said you can't speak for him. I'm not asking you to speak for him. I'm saying this page conveys that he was in fact part of the trafficking of whatever drugs he's talking about here. Do you accept that's what this conveys? You may not have known it, but now as you're sitting there and you're looking at this page, I'm asking you to whether you agree that's what it conveys. And I'm asking you to comment about it in that way, because I want to suggest that you may well, subject to what Mr. Nku says, he may well have been using you to participate in his drug trafficking without your knowledge, even with that operation on the 9th of July. That's what I want to conclude with. When I say, when you look at this, it seems to be clear that he was part of a scheme of trafficking drugs into the country.
And it's very benevolent of Commissioner Baloyi to say this was without your knowledge. But please respond. even with the may have been, please respond to the question.
Can I please not respond for things that were, can we please reserve this for him?
No, we will certainly ask him. You can be sure about that. He's coming. We will ask him. All I'm doing is saying to you, and if you choose not to respond and that's your final answer, it is what it is. But I will then put to you what I say this conveys. And he will come, maybe he'll say, I'm wrong in my understanding of what this. But what I'm putting to you is, or what I'm proposing to you is page 326 clearly records and shows that Mr. Nku was involved in a process of arranging for the importation and transporting of drugs into the country. I'm saying that's what 326 says. I've heard, and that's what will be discussed with him, but you say you don't want to comment. That's your last word. Thank you, I accept that. Thank you, Ms. Siegel.
No comment.
But for your benefit, the relevance of what Commissioner Baloyi is asking is, if you say he was merely an informer, that's at odds with what Commissioner Baloyi has just drawn to your attention now. Do you follow that?
I'm afraid, Commissioners, I don't want to fall in the trap of agreeing or disagreeing, and then he comes here and says something else.
At face value, if we look at this at face value, regardless of where the truth may lie, but if we look at this at face value, that's what it points to. correct?
No, I don't agree to that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Do you not even have an opinion of looking at it now? What does it look like?
I don't want to speak for him, but this is
No,
him.
you speak for yourself. You look at a document and you read it and you say, I don't know the full facts, but looking at it, this is what it looks like to me. And that may well be wrong because it's an opinion, it's not a fact. But you are able to read something or to see something and form a view one way or another. You won't be held to that view because you are not a party to these conversations. It's not you communicating. But you can look at a conversation and say, this is what it looks like. Or you can say, I can see what it looks like, but I choose not to say anything.
I don't even want to attempt to say anything.
But you can see what it looks like.
I don't want to.
You don't even want to see.
I choose not to see.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
devices are quiet. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sigal
Thank you,
Zimube.
Chair. Chief, can we go to your statement and deal with your involvement at the scene on the day of the bus? We've dealt with when you received the information, and now I want to deal with after you've been informed about involving Warrant Officer Mahade, and you go to the scene. I just wanted to find out from you, when Warrant Officer Mahane was suggested to you as a replacement for the person you actually wanted, did you get any details about his experience, his speciality, and his ability to assist with this kind of operation?
When he,
Yes. When Warrant Officer Pokongwane was not available, and he recommended Warrant Officer Mahane, right? That's what happened. Correct?
Yes.
He recommended him. Did you tell him what kind of person you needed for this operation? So speciality, somebody that's involved with drug busts. What information did you give him
No, I
about the
didn't
kind
tell
of
him.
person? You didn't tell him?
I didn't tell him. I expected that he would give me somebody who works with him or who works like him.
And
He
what
is
is...
He is a detective, so I was expecting he will give me like a person relevant to him.
Well, did you ask him for somebody like him?
No, I didn't. I only asked for assistance.
Okay, and when the person that he recommended, you had never worked with that person before.
No, I've never worked with him.
And why did you consider that person to then be somebody that you could trust to assist in this operation?
Like I'm saying, because Pokungwane recommended, I maybe jumped into that conclusion to say he is equal to the task.
It's not about him being equal to the task. I'm talking about the trust factor, because you say that that Nku said to you must be cautious because high-profile officials or high-ranking officials could be involved, right? So that is why you don't involve your boss or anybody senior to you. I want to know, on what basis do you then go with somebody that you've never worked with before and think that this is somebody who may very well actually inform a high-ranking official about this bust, which is something you were told not to do?
I trusted what Pokungwane would recommend to me.
Purely on that basis?
Yes.
Okay. So you...
Can I just ask? I mean, if Pokongwane doesn't know that this is a drug bust, surely he could have recommended just anybody, and you could never fault him for giving you the wrong person who then ends up taking the information to the seniors that Ngu was concerned about, that you and Ngu were concerned about. So the question being asked really is, you say in your testimony, this is a sensitive operation that had to be kept away from others because because people should not be trusted, and yet you are prepared to bring onto the operation someone that you have no way of knowing where they sit, in terms of they could tell, they could alert the seniors. And it is a risk you take because you don't tell Pukungwane, this is what this operation is about. I need someone that you trust, that they will not be compromised, or they will not compromise the mission. You just say, I need assistance. I think what Ms. Sigals is asking really is, how do you reconcile that you ask without telling Pukungwane what it is about? You accept whoever he gives you. He doesn't know what you're looking for, according to you. How do you reconcile that with your explanation why your superiors, why you didn't inform your superiors? Because you do give us an explanation. That's really the thrust of it. How do you reconcile that kind of conduct?
In our line of work, let's say somebody is looking for assistance from Mashaba. If you don't get Mashaba, you know what Mashaba is capable of. If you don't get Mashaba, I would also refer you to somebody that I know I can also work with. So I wouldn't recommend somebody that I know not trustworthy, but let me say competent. In our line of work, I would say, I know this guy can do the job. Because I cannot do it, please go and assist Mashaba. That's how we work in our line of duty.
So which line is that? Because as we've established yesterday that you have two lines of work. One is the official and the other one is the side hustles. Which line of work are you referring to? The line of work of side hustles or the line of work of official channels?
We are official, Commissioner.
Yes. Can I ask about procedure? But before I do that, Commissioner Baloyi had a follow-up question. I'm moving to a different topic.
It wasn't so much a follow-up, but it was just to clarify what I'm asking. Maybe let me do that. So Chief Mashaba, I'm not asking so much about his competence. How did you know you'll get a competent person? That's not my question. My question is, your first move, once you got the information from Nku, your first move was informed by the sensitivity, how to treat this information, this operation sensitively, because you've been told that there are senior officials that have an interest in this. And for that reason, you didn't inform your superiors, you proceeded quietly the way that you did. So there's that evidence, right, from you?
Yes.
But when you ask Pukungwana for assistance, you don't tell him that the operation involves drugs, even if you don't mention drugs, you don't say to him, this is a sensitive operation and I don't want it to leak. You don't do that. Give me someone who will not give me that problem that I'm concerned about. You don't do that. So you just say to Pukungwane, I need assistance. He says, I can't help you, and then he gives you somebody to help you. But you don't know who Mokhane is in the concern that you have. So the question is, but how do you reconcile that you started off quite sensitive about who gets to know about this mission, and then when you now ask for assistance, you don't alert the person you're asking for assistance from that this is sensitive because of ABCD, so if you give me anyone to help me, it has to be somebody that you know is not compromised, will not compromise the sensitivity of this mission. So they look like irreconcilable positions. So I'm asking, how do you reconcile what looks like completely opposite ways of conducting the sensitivity yourself about the sensitivities in this operation?
No, the sensitivity part I mentioned to
Pukungwane. Okay.
Please treat this very discreet. It's sensitive. come and assist. No, I can't come because I've got this problem. Okay. Obviously, when I tell him that, I'm expecting that whoever that he will send, he will also relay the message. The same message I said to him, I relate to him.
And did he know that you need someone that is up to the task of a drug bust? From how you discussed with Pukungwane, did you know that's what you're looking for? Because my understanding so far is that from the evidence of others is not everybody is familiar with different kinds of work that you do. So for example, within the SAPS itself, not everybody is familiar with drug busts. So how would Pukungwane have known that he has to give you somebody who is familiar with that kind of operation? What did you say to him that would have familiarized him with the nature of the mission and therefore the kind of recommendation that he makes to you?
Number one, I wanted somebody in the area. Number two, I know, even if Pokungwani knows he can't do, I know he will know somebody that can do. So he would come, look at the situation, like I did. Come and look at the situation and say, no, this one, maybe, I need so and so. That's how we operate.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Just a sequence and procedure. When Advocate Ngube asked you, why did you not alert other authorities? You said the information was verified in the morning. So let's focus on the period after the information is verified. Don't tell us where you live, but am I correct that the suburb where you live is in the Alberton area, so not far from the Alberton police station?
It's not far, yes.
Yes. And when you say in your statement that you decided to engage in a process of intercepting the truck and to have it searched, you say that in paragraph 5 of your statement. So intercepting a truck and searching it, that's a normal police operation, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And what was your reason for not going to the Alberton police station and to say to them, look, I will be conducting a search operation in your area of jurisdiction. I cannot give you the details because it's sensitive. I don't want people who may compromise the operation to compromise it. Just so that it's recorded in the books of the police. And at the very least, there's an entry or an inquiry dealing with the operation that you were about to carry out that day.
Maybe looking at the time, Commissioner, it wouldn't allow me to go to the police station and come back. I might go there and it leaves. So.
No, but Nku is there. He's telling you that I'm here, the truck is there. So if it leaves, he will tell you that the truck is leaving. You told us that Nku was already there, and he told you that this is the location, the truck is here. You are in Alberton, your suburb. From your suburb to the Alberton police station, I don't think it's even 2 kilometers.
Again, I'm being careful also as to who do I involve.
So you did not want Alberton police station to know that you were engaging in this operation?
Not necessarily that I didn't want to know. You know, if in an operation, things happen so fast. It happens so fast that you think of the operation, you think of the safety, you think of the agency, you think of a lot of things.
Chief, the operation has not started. You are at your house in the Albertine area. That suburb where it is and where the Albertine police station is can't be 5 kilometers. It's a short distance. Nothing stops you in 5 minutes to go to the Albertine police station and to say, I'm a traffic officer, I'm not a policeman, I'm a traffic officer. I will be conducting a search and seizure in your area of jurisdiction. The details are sensitive because my source says I must not disclose it to people who may compromise the operation. Just so that the station commander is aware that there's a traffic officer who is in his jurisdiction conducting what is essentially police work.
The police, the station commander is also senior. So he might be one of the people that I might not make away.
So even if you don't give him the details and you just say, I'm conducting an operation due to its sensitive nature, I cannot disclose the detail. But so that you know there's a traffic officer in your area of jurisdiction who's conducting a search and seizure operation. Are you saying you couldn't even do that?
How commanders work, even myself, I know I would want to know. It is sensitive? What is it? Remember, you are expecting my station's assistance.
As you should.
Yes.
Because this is
So-
not a traffic police operation. Let me ask you one last question. Are you familiar with the Roads and Road Traffic Provincial Act of Gauteng, Act 10 of 1997? Are you familiar with it?
Which act?
Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Act 10 of 1997. Chair, it's here. So.
Sorry.
It's a simple question. Are you familiar with it, yes or no?
I am, yes.
And am I correct that this is the statute that regulates what traffic officers in Gauteng are supposed to do or are allowed to do and not allowed to do? If I'm wrong, you can say I'm wrong. We can move on.
No, I'm aware.
I am correct.
You are correct.
And you have it in front of you. Am I correct? Go to section 10, please.
Yes.
Do you see that the heading to section 10 says powers and duties of a traffic officer?
Yes.
And since you are familiar with this, is there anywhere there where it says you can go? Is there anywhere in section 10 where it says traffic officers can go to a private facility such as a warehouse and conduct search and seizure operations?
This is a Road Traffic Act. I'm using Criminal Procedure Act as a peace officer now.
Chief, Chair has already engaged you about the Criminal Procedure Act. I'm not going there. This statute says, section 10, powers and duties of a traffic officer. Do you see the heading?
Yes, sir.
And then it sets out what the powers and duties of traffic officers are. Now, is there anywhere in that section where it says a traffic officer can go to private premises of a business and conduct a search and seizure operation?
No.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, you said to Commissioner Kumalo that even your commanders are not to be trusted. When you say you, and I don't mean necessarily your direct commander, I didn't understand you that way, but you were talking about the senior people, that even those that are commanders are not to be trusted. Now, how and why would you have known that you can trust Warrant Officer Pukungwane with this mission? Because now your evidence is you did tell him it's a sensitive operation, so he understood that it's something that he must keep to himself. How did you know that you could trust him with that?
Well, Pokungani, I can say he also stays in my neighborhood.
Yes.
We also form part of neighborhood watch or neighborhood patrol. So I know him more than others. And I have worked with him officially also.
You've done other operations with him?
Yes.
Okay. And were they the kind of operations that, and you can give us what those operations are they the kind of operations where sensitivity of information, not to be disclosed to superiors, not just generally, but not to be disclosed to superiors was an issue in those operations? Did he have the same suspicion, or does he? And we will ask him if we have to. Does he have the same suspicion of superiors that you have, that you would trust him, that if it is something, a mission or an operation about which superiors should not know, he would oblige?
Well, that I don't know.
Yeah, then that begs my question. If you have not had past dealings with him in these kind of circumstances, comparable circumstances, if you have not had past dealings with him, how would you have known that you can trust him not to alert superiors that Chief Mashaba is involved in a secret operation that superiors shouldn't know about? How do you know he was trustworthy?
A person that you, when I say in my neighborhood, it would mean I would know him more than others that are not staying around with us. I will, as a colleague, as somebody that we always work together or visit, we get to know one another, you get to be comfortable with one another.
Okay.
That's how you build even a trust.
Okay, so from what you're saying, Pakungwana is not an arm's length relationship that you have with him. It's someone that you know fairly closely and you've dealt with him.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioners.
Now, how would have Pukungwana known that he has to give you a police officer who can keep things secret? Did you ask him? Did you say, I need you to give me someone who will keep this mission quiet?
Like I'm saying, when I say to him, it is sensitive. I know he would treat it as such, and he would also prefer somebody that would do the same.
Okay, that will keep it quiet.
That would do the same, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to make sure that you are not going back on what you said yesterday, because when Commissioner Kumalo is engaging you on the act that stipulates your powers and functions, you say, I use the Criminal Procedure Act. Maybe I should ask you this. What exactly in the Criminal Procedure Act do you use?
Well, it gives us a power and authority to let me say, almost act similar or exactly powers that the police has.
By saying what?
I can hear, Commissioner.
By providing what exactly?
By giving you powers, you can.
Okay, relate that to what you did in this instance.
You can stop Okay, you can search, you can seizure, you can arrest, you can,
But is that not within the powers that you have? You have specified powers which Commissioner Kumalo referred you to, and you agreed that those are indeed the powers that you have in terms of that act. So I would imagine that in certain instances, but in relation to those powers, you may have to arrest, you may have to search and seize, but in relation to those powers. Because if you can now search and seize in respect of matters you have no powers over, it makes nonsense. That would make nonsense of the powers that are stipulated as being the powers that you have. It would basically mean that you have any powers that you believe you have.
I don't get you.
Why would the act that Commissioner Kumalo referred you to stipulate powers if you can basically act outside of your powers? Because that's what I understand you to be saying. You are basically saying just because the Criminal Procedure Act provides for searches and seizures, you can then search and seize even in respect of matters you have no powers over.
Okay, let me talk about giving you powers now.
Or let me ask the question this way. Are you by referring to the Criminal Procedure Act, are you suggesting that the Criminal Procedure Act gives you the power to search and seize in respect of offenses that fall outside of the powers, your powers stipulated in the act that Commissioner Kumalo referred to?
Yes, that's what I correct.
So you are saying the Criminal Procedure Act adds to the powers that are stipulated in the act.
Because these ones limit me as a law enforcement official.
I will suggest to you that all that the Criminal Procedure Act does is to say, this is how you arrest. It is under ABCD circumstances that you are able to search and seize. But that must be read within the powers that you otherwise have. You cannot go outside of those powers. But if you must arrest, then you may arrest according to the Criminal Procedure Act. But arresting in respect of offenses that you have powers over, in accordance with the Act, you then use the Criminal Procedure Act. Also, you search and seize, but in respect of the offenses specified in the Act. That is how you should read the Criminal Procedure Act. You cannot suddenly, just because there's a Criminal Procedure Act, move outside of the powers that you have. It cannot be, because it would then make nonsense of the powers that have specifically been provided for. I hope you won't again say you don't understand me.
Well, when we're talking law, I take the cue from you.
Do you accept what I'm
Chairperson.
saying? Do you accept what I'm saying?
You know it better. You are an expert compared to.
Do you accept what I'm saying?
I accept.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, can I just understand what was your concern about being cautious about involving high-ranking officials in this operation? What was the concern if you involved them?
The concern most of the time from seniors is interferences most of the time.
Okay, but here you were given a specific a specific request was made by Mr. Nku to you when he told you about this, when he gave you the tip-off. He said that you must be cautious about high-ranking officials. Was the concern that the high-ranking officials would interfere in the seizure, or was the concern that they would take over? What was the issue?
The issue was, like if you involve somebody that's got an interest in whatever operation you want to engage yourself in, obviously you will get a sabotage or you'll get discouraged as to, no, leave that one.
Okay, you mean if they have an unlawful interest in it, so if they want to compromise the seizure, the operation.
Yes.
Okay. So once you then get to, once you open we'll get to the procedure that you followed. Once you open the truck and you find the drugs, you've now secured the drugs. Why don't you involve DPCI then? Why don't you call them then? Because if it's a legitimate operation that you're undertaking, then that fear or that risk is gone. They can't now do anything about it because the drugs have been secured. Why don't you involve them then?
DPCI most specifically are the ones that we know they are more captured. They are worse than a normal police because we know they are captured.
Okay, even if you have that knowledge, they're not all captured, but even if you have that knowledge, once you find the drugs, you are there, you are witness. The people from Scania, they are witnesses. So the drugs can't be taken at that point. You can still be there at the scene. They can be. What is the concern then? I don't understand. Because if your concern was that they would interfere with the operation and compromise the bust, once the drugs have been found, that is gone. If, of course, your intention is for this to be a legitimate operation, you actually do want to seize the drugs.
In actual fact, once I have involved the police, I wouldn't want to, I would now start playing a supporting role. I leave it to the police and they know what to do.
But you didn't do that. You had Makhane there, but you wanted to arrest Ms. Wenzel.
Remember we were two there, myself and Makhane.
Yes?
Like the other day, I don't remember, was it Wednesday or yesterday? I said, in the police, you don't command somebody's resources. And in the police, protocol dictates that in a joint operation with the police, protocol dictates that police takes the lead. I will be playing a supporting role. Once I have a supporting role does not mean I'll be standing there folding my arms. Whatever he does, especially if he concentrates on what we're talking about now, this operation, I become busy with the suspects.
But why aren't you calling DPCI or anyone else at that point? Because the drugs have been secured. You don't know how to do this operation. Makhane doesn't know how to do it. So it would have been at that point, even if we were to accept that you had legitimate fears about interference, once you're on the scene and you've seen the drugs, then you could have engaged them. But that is only if it was your true intention to actually seize these drugs in order for it to be taken to the police station, for it to be processed. If, however, it was part of your side hustle, then would you explain why you wouldn't want to get anyone else involved and why it was only you and Mahane, because you thought because Mahane is being recommended by Pokonyane, who was your original person, that he would also be in on the deal. That would be the only sensible thing to conclude as to why, as soon as the drugs are secured, you don't involve anybody from law enforcement.
Like I'm saying, once I involve the police, I might have maybe a big mouth standing there, but I leave everything to the police. They know who to call, what to do. They know exactly that is the area of expertise.
You're saying it was for Mahane to do all of those things. It's now his operation. Because when you open the container, it's just the two of you. Are you saying at that point, he's in charge of this operation?
He is in charge, yes.
And what does being in charge mean at a scene? Because I imagine it doesn't mean every law enforcement official who's there can choose and decide what to do. Otherwise, there's no in charge if all of us can decide what to do. So maybe just unpack for us what is to be in charge at a scene like this when there's the two of you at that point.
You take accountability, you take control of the scene.
How does it take accountability of your decision to arrest a person if that person should not have been arrested, is what I'm trying to understand, that he doesn't seem to direct you. You say, I'm at the scene, I also get to do stuff. So if you do something wrong, how does he take accountability for it if he's not in charge? You are both in charge, it seems, on your account.
No, I cannot be. Like I'm saying, in the police, you don't command somebody's resources.
Yes.
And when we are jointly working in an operation, they take the lead.
Yes.
I'm being guided by them.
But he didn't guide you in the decision who to arrest. At least I've not understood that to be your evidence that you caused the arrest of somebody because Mahano said that. And hence my question, that it seems you, and you keep using the word joint operation, which seems to be consistent with saying, well, he does his bit, I do mine. We both do what we think is right on the scene. And if that's your evidence, that is your evidence. I'm just trying to understand that was Mahano in fact in charge of this scene? You say he was in charge. And then I say, well then, how do you explain your independent actions on the scene, including the decision to place somebody under arrest, if Mahano was in charge? Yes.
Myself?
Yes.
If he is in charge, it's not like I am divorcing him for him to do everything while I'm there. Arresting, I don't need his permission, I can still do. If there's that reasonable suspicion.
Even though you're not acting under his direction, you say a traffic officer like you has the authority on that scene to effect an arrest.
That I can do.
Acting independently without it being directed by the SAPS.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just, your response to Advocate Ngube that because the PCI is captured, you made the decision that you don't want to involve them. It's not up to you to decide that, because I'm reading Brigadier Shibiri's affidavit. He says, when you called him that day, he told you that the investigation of level 3 drug trafficking matters resort under the DPCI. So this is the function of the DPCI, because this matter involves drug trafficking. It's not up to you to say DPCI won't be involved because they are captured.
DPCI, okay, me knowing Not all, obviously. It cannot be a blanket statement to all. Most of them, we know it's a no-no.
But if it's a matter that resorts under the DPCI, it means you have a responsibility to inform the DPCI. You cannot say it resorts under them, but I choose not to do it. You simply cannot do that, and I will leave that there. I want to ask you these questions. Do you have any training, or have you ever conducted a bust that involves opening containers?
No, I don't have Commissioner.
Do you know what process has to be followed before you open a container?
I don't know,
Do you know what you must do with the seal when you open the container?
I've got no
Do you
idea.
know what must happen when things fall out of that container while you are opening it?
No idea.
Now, what prescripts that is used by the traffic police governs the opening of containers?
Hence, I didn't open.
But you instructed people to open it. What prescripts governs that process where you can instruct the owner to open? Because you say in your statement, you took a decision to go and search the container. You say that in paragraph 5 of your statement. It's not Mahano who said, I'm now a policeman in charge, let's go and search. You say you took the decision. Now, what legal instrument or what document that is used by the traffic police governs that process and guides you in terms of what you do when you get there? You must take the photos of the seal, for example. You must take the photos of the container before it is opened. You must take the photos of the container after it is opened. You must take the photos of the objects as they fall down. What prescripts or document governs that process and is used by the traffic police?
I might not know exactly, but under normal circumstances, let me say myself now independently, as a traffic cop, stopping you on the road.
No, I'm not asking about stopping on the road. You went to private premises. You went to somebody's warehouse with the intention to go and search a container that you suspected to be containing drugs. I'm asking about that, not when you stop cars on the road, not when you stop trucks on the road, because there you're performing traffic officer functions. Here you took a decision that you are going to private premises, you're going to search and seize a container. Now, what prescript or what document which is used by traffic police governs what a traffic police officer must do when they undertake that process?
Well, I might not know that exactly. Like I'm saying, if I am there
And
with...
please don't tell me about what you do in the street. If there is no document, you must say to me, I don't know that there's a document and I've never seen one.
I don't know.
And you've never seen such a document.
I don't know.
Does that not explain why traffic officers should not be doing that? Because if you could do that, you would receive training on how to do that. Is that not so?
Well, because now there's MOUs signed with...
I'm not asking about now, Chief. I'm asking about in 2021. So if there's an MOU signed in 2024, it is irrelevant to our discussion. 9 July 2021 was when you conducted this operation. So let's focus on that.
So what's the question, Commissioner?
No, you heard the question and you chose to tell me about the MOU. Must I repeat the question for you?
Please do.
Thank you. Does the fact that you don't know of any prescript not indicate to you that traffic officers are not supposed to do what you were doing?
Yes, we're not supposed to do, especially because, like I'm saying, I will call the police.
And
People that knows better than I do.
And here we know you did not call the police. What you called was somebody to tag along with you. What you called was somebody from Zonke Zizwe, to tag along with you, to
I did.
legitimize what you were doing. Because Mahana was not in charge of this operation. He was following your lead.
I didn't even know that Mahana is from Zonkizu.
But was he following your lead or were you following his lead? Who was leading?
He was leading.
But how would he lead if he doesn't know what is going on? You called him to come and assist you.
Well, like I'm saying, obviously he also informed me that he called Pakula, he called other people. So clearly it's above him also. That's why he also calls relevant people.
Yes, but you did not wait for Pakula to get there before you instructed Scania people to open the container. Pakula, in fact, says he went to Alberton because he was told that once you've collected what you were collecting, you will be taking it to Alberton. He was called from Alberton once there was an issue in Arrowton. And by then, you had already opened the containers, you had already arrested people.
Well, we didn't know how long will Pakula take to arrive.
No, but he was not coming to Ireton. Pakula was told to go to Alberton because whatever you were collecting in Ireton, your plan was to take it to Alberton.
We were under the impression that because everything started in Alberton,
Yes.
not that it's a plan,
Yes.
because everything started in Alberton, it will end in Alberton.
So you were going to take the bags and take them to Alberton with you.
We were going to end everything in Alberton.
You were going to take the bags and take them to Alberton with you.
We were going to detain, if need be, and take the cargo to 13 in Alberton.
You were going to take the bags, the 27 bags, to the impound in Alberton.
To 13 in Alberton, yes.
Okay.
Can I just check this? Well, maybe let me first preface myself by saying what is clear from your description of your relationship with Pukungwane, what comes out of that is you actually called a friend. You didn't call a SAPS officer because you know this is I happen to know this police officer who's in Alberton. You called a friend. You say you socialize with him. So it was quite a deliberate decision or choice of who you call. That's the first observation from how you've described your relationship with him. But my question is not about that. It's about you, when now things were bad on the scene, and in particular you were being placed under arrest, you called, I think you say the first person you called was General Mawela, right?
Yes.
That's at least one of the people that you called.
Yes.
Why did you call him at that point? Why did you choose to call him and not another police officer? Why did you not call Pompi or Superior? Any other name? Choose any other name. Could have been any other name, but I'm asking specifically, why did you call General Mawela in particular?
Because of the harassment and the bullying of Khan, General Khan.
But remember, you don't trust all these senior officers. You say they have an interest in this. So I'm interested in your choice of General Mawela because you don't trust all the seniors. Why did you think he won't have an interest in this?
Well, because now already the operation is in progress. There is nothing that there is now there's a need because now there will be no that disturbances or a sabotage for this to to be a success.
Okay, but that's exactly the point, that when you open the container and the drugs come out and others are watching, the employees of that place, there will not be sabotage. Whoever you call to the scene, there would not be sabotage at that point. So you have to explain again why at that point, once you've opened the container and the drugs fall out, why did you not now mobilize, including General Mawela, that clearly you do have access to him at that time, why you did not mobilize other SAPs, appropriate units of SAPs, DPCI, SANEB, LCRC, as soon as those things dropped, and then you wait there? Because, as you say, at that point, the opportunity for sabotage is lost, because the drugs are now in the open. No one can intercept them at this point, because it's in full public view. Explain why at that point you do not then mobilize the appropriate SAPS people.
I'm under the impression that people that are involved, that I involved, will do the necessary, will know who to call. Yes, they will know who to call and know who to mobilize.
No, but you see, you're the one that called Pukungwane, you're the one that calls Mawela, and so we know you do have access to people that you can mobilize to come to the scene. So my question to you is, and it really flows from an earlier question that you were asked, that you are now at the operation. You're no longer concerned about the drugs being intercepted before they land somewhere. They are in full public view. You don't call others and you say, well, you're under the impression Mr. Mahane, Warrant Officer Mahane will know what to do. But you actually together make a decision to load them onto a van, clearly intending to take them somewhere. You say you were taking them to Alberton, and my question is, well, at that point, why do you not say, Mahane, I see we are making the decision to put them on the van, but in fact we should be calling the SEPS people to come here. Let's do that, because you're making decisions with him. So please don't pretend when it suits that Mahane was in charge and he's the one that does things. We see you arresting people. You know, you tell us, place somebody under arrest. We see you fighting for the scene with General Khan. So you really are an active player at that point, together with Mahane. So answer my question against that context of the facts as they were unfolding, that why do you not, at that point, you and your friend Mahane say to him, we have to call. Now that we are here and it's all down here, it's open, it won't be sabotaged, let's call the right people to come and deal with this. Why do you not do that?
Sometimes, Commissioner, you take long, I end up forgetting.
My question is
The question is.
Let me summarize it for you, and I don't understand that you don't understand my question, but I'll accept. And I'm not going to give you a background. The drugs fall out. They are in full public view. There are spectators. There's zero risk of sabotage. Why do you not? You say to Mahane, let's call the appropriate subunits to come and deal with this, instead of putting this thing on the bakkie instead of putting them on the bakkie, let's call the subs people to come and deal with this, the appropriate people. Why don't you do that?
No, like I'm saying, I left everything to Mahane, and for him to say, I called Pakula, for Pakula when on his arrival to say, I called K9, then I know we are safe now, because they calling the relevant people.
So why do you fight with Khan? when he comes there and takes charge? Because there's now subs proper. The scene is being managed. Other people are now there. Why are you fighting them? You're saying Mahane has called, the version is not as clean and as clear as you're making it to be about what Mahane did. But you say Mahane has called, Pakula has called. Well, somebody has called Khan. Somebody has called Sebola. Someone has called Kadwa. All of them subs-officials. Why are you fighting them? You're a traffic officer and that doesn't change. Why are you fighting them about them now taking charge of this scene? Because it's a scene. It's being taken charge of by appropriately qualified people. In fact, you and Mahane are completely inappropriate for this operation. You're not qualified for this operation. Forget their motives, which maybe they do have other motives, but on the scene descends people who are appropriately qualified, which you and Mahane have zero of. Why do you fight when subs officials, appropriately qualified, come and take control of the scene?
I was not fighting. Khan was fighting us.
So you just handed it over to Khan. Is that what you're saying? That you were happy to hand over to Khan, Sibula, Kadwa, and every other person who is not you and Mahane? Are you saying you happily were handing it over to them?
No, we're not happy because, okay, we are at work. Number one, regardless of your rank, there has to be, we respect one another. So, Khan came, bullied us. Number one, every policeman that comes on the scene, you go straight to the first responders on the scene. That did not happen. Instead, he went to, I can say, Scania people. And we all are looking at that. We're saying, I didn't even know. I didn't even know him. I knew the name. So, when he does that, only when he comes nearer to us, I hear and see people saluting, yes, General, yes, General, yes, General. Then I started maybe becoming I don't know what's the right word. When he started saying to Mokhana, who are you, where are you from? Who's the driver of the buggy? Sit in your car. Then that's when I went to him and said, I said to him, but why do you, it looks like it's an arrest to Mokhana. Why do you do that? He said, no. Who are you? I said, Wena, who are you? He said, no, I'm General Khan. I said, okay, I am Chief Mashaba, Gauteng Traffic. Then, I think it all started there, because I wanted to, because this is bullying now, this is abuse of power. I wanted to take Mahane out of the buggy.
But that's exactly my point, that there's now a general on the scene, but we also know there are other people as well from the SAPs. On the scene, what is your business in continuing these conversations? Now you have the SAPs proper people, including a general. What is your business to carry on activity, including trying to get Mahane out of the buggy? What business is this? It's a SAPS operation. It's not a traffic department operation. It's a SAPS operation. You want to continue to be active to a point of wanting to take Makane, who you think is under arrest, you want to take him out of that arrest, which has been ordered by a general. It's that problem that it's clear that, to me at least, that you had a far greater invested interest in this than just a traffic officer who happened to get a tip-off. Now we know from a friend who called his friend to assist him find a Mahane who, with respect to him, is completely helpless about this. He's never done this. He's a desk person. You go with him, you are on the scene. SAPS people arrive. You don't say, I started this, it was my tip-off, but now the SAPS. Of course, we are all law enforcement. Let them do what they need to do. You are so actively, you're even fighting, why is Mahane arrested? And I'm suggesting to you that all of that conduct indicates that you had a vested interest other than a law enforcement officer who has found out about drugs and is happy that they are now under the control of the state. That's the impression I have about you, that you had a far greater interest. If you have any comment, you can comment, but that's my view about your conduct here, that it went beyond just everyday traffic officer or law enforcement activity.
Like I'm saying, sometimes you take long, and I really want to comment.
Yes, you can. It means you heard me. You can comment.
Number one, like I said, regardless of your rank, we respect one another.
Can I please stop you? And I don't mean to be disrespectful. Please do not repeat what you have said. It's on record, and I remember it clearly, and we will read it. So do not repeat it, but please comment freely. I've heard you. You said when the police arrive, regardless of rank, you ask who is in charge, who is who, people introduce themselves. We've heard all of that. Please do not repeat it. You can comment if you have anything else to say.
No comment.
Thank you. Ms. Siggles?
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief, why was Mr. Nku at the scene? Why was he going with you from Yellow Jersey to Ayrton?
Well, Mr. Nku asked me that will it be a problem for me to accompany you guys? Because other informations that I gave to other people, I get to be told they were unsuccessful, or I get to be told stories or excuses. Can I come with you guys? I said, I don't see this as a problem because I know I have worked with a lot of police that comes with their informers. The only thing I said to him, please make sure you sit in your car and you don't participate. So I think by me saying that, I think I did the right thing, or I contained him, and because he did exactly that.
Does it mean he did not trust you? I mean, in spite of your long relationship with him, if his concern is, as he says in his statement, exactly what you're saying, does it mean he didn't trust you, that you will get these drugs to the police, SAP 13?
He trusted me Hence, he asked, can I come along? I said, no problem, provided you sit in your car and not participate.
If he trusted you in the way you say, then that behavior doesn't make sense. If he trusted you, if he didn't suspect that the drugs may disappear once you've got them. Because remember, it's just the two of you at that time, you and Sergeant Warrant Officer Makhane. If he didn't trust that they will not disappear, because you say his concern was drugs disappear on his tip-offs, then it doesn't make sense if he trusted you that he would want to be present in your bust. Doesn't make sense. In fact, it indicates one of two things. He didn't trust you, which would be a surprise because you have this long history of transactions that you are doing together. Or the alternative is he was there not for the reason that you are telling us, but for a different reason, which you are not disclosing. Do you want to comment, or do you have any comment? You can comment, actually. Let me say if you want to, you can comment. You don't have to.
No comment.
And were you aware that he had taken photos of the scene while he was there at the scene?
I'm not aware.
Okay, can I ask you to go to the WhatsApp bundles just to show you the WhatsApp exhibit bundle, page 51.
Page?
51. We may just have to zoom in on the last photo. You can't really see it. Do you see the third photo, the last one on page 51? Do you have it, page 51?
Yes.
And do you see do you recall that that was the truck?
Yes.
Yes, that was the truck, right? The yellow one.
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the date, 9 July 2021, and it's at 8:43.
Yes.
He was taking photos of the scene. And then if you go to page 52, if you zoom in on the first image, it's taken at 9 o'clock on the same day, and you can actually see a police van next to the yellow truck. You see
Yes.
that?
Yes, I see it, Commissioners.
And the second photograph as well, the next one. And you can see he's sitting in a vehicle because you can see the mirror where he's taking that photograph.
Oh. Yes, I can see.
Okay. When you arrive at Yellow Jersey Logistics, they won't allow you access to the container, to the truck, because you don't have the necessary paperwork, is what you're told, correct?
Told by who?
By Yellow Jersey Logistics.
We didn't have any difficulty. at
Okay,
Yellow
what
Jersey.
was the difficult? Why couldn't you access the truck then?
Well, sorry, I can't hear you.
When you
Is
got to Yellow Jersey,
Yes.
why couldn't you access the truck then?
What was the reason given to you by the people in Roykop for you not to open the container?
No, they said what if you open here and then we get in trouble with the client? Rather, preferably, go and open it at the client.
Yes, but the reason why they wouldn't is because you didn't have the paperwork, so they couldn't open it then. It wasn't about necessarily the client. You needed to have a search and seizure warrant at the very least, right? It says that you didn't have the necessary paperwork in the statements.
Well, they didn't tell us that.
Oh, they didn't tell you that?
No.
So they told you, we are refusing police officers, because Mahane was a police officer, we're refusing a police officer from searching a truck where they suspect drugs in there because we're going to get in trouble with the owner. That's what they tell you.
They didn't refuse.
So why didn't you just access it then? Because according to you, time is of the essence, this is a drug bust, you don't want any interference. Why not seize it at the first opportunity?
They advised. We also advised because we could see in their eyes that we don't look genuine in their eyes. We also advised that give us escort. We will go to the client with your escort.
So you say you didn't look genuine in their eyes. What do you mean by that?
Well, you know.
No, I don't know.
You know.
No.
I have not said you know what you are.
Continue.
There's a lot of bogus cops operating. So they can see a Golf 7 that is grey. We are not in uniform. Even the cards, the bogus cards, they look more authentic than originals. So if somebody suspects or don't believe that you are a cop, Tina, we know a cop and a criminal, how do they look? We know. The criminal will always be in a hurry.
But in this context, weren't you bogus cops? Because didn't you tell them that you were crime intelligence officers?
Told who?
Jolene Wenzel at Scania.
No, people that want to defend themselves would say anything. So how do I say to a person, I'm crime intelligence? I know for more than 2 decades at work, I know you cannot identify yourself wrongly. I know.
Well, you would do it if what you were busy with was not official police business and you didn't want to be identified, which seems to be a consistent theme from all the other witnesses who did statements, that there was either a reluctance to properly identify yourself, or when you did identify yourself, you said that it was crime intelligence. If you go to the docket exhibit bundle, I just want to show you the statement of Jolene Wenzel, because her statement is prepared on the day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you can go to the docket exhibit bundle, page, I think it's 267. Somebody can just assist him. The docket exhibit bundle, is that?
Page?
Page
Can DC
267.
It's the one that says can disciplinary.
It's 267.
Ms. Nube, while they are looking at it, can you please deal with 145 as well? Canberra.
Okay. 395.
No, it's page 267. If you just go to page 271, you will see that this statement was deposed to on the 9th of July, 2021, so the day of the incident at Ayrton at 13:20, so the same day. And then if you go to page 267, I'll read from paragraph 2. She says, on Friday, the 9th of July, 2021, at 7 o'clock, I reported on duty at my workplace on the above address. At about 8 o'clock, I received a phone call on my cell phone from Clinton, who is a manager at Yellow Jersey Logistics. They transport containers for us. Clinton informed me that his driver arrived at his yard with container number, and she mentions it, and the seal number. 3, he was with 2 males who were driving in a grey VW Golf, that's your vehicle, and they have introduced themselves as police officers from crime intelligence. He said this gentleman introduced cards and he asked them if they have the SAPS container stop form, because this is normally the procedure followed when the container, when stopping a container. Then at the next page, 268, she says, they told him that they don't have the paperwork. Clinton then told me that he told them to escort the container to the client in Ayrton, and that's where it will be opened. I said, it's okay, I will wait for them. Few minutes later, Clinton phoned again, informing me that his driver called him and notified him that a BMW black in color and a black Nissan Bucky is also following the truck also. And then if we can go to the next paragraph. I then phoned Cornelius Viljoen, who is the workshop manager, to inform him of this incident. At that time, he was not on the premises. He was at Scania at 8 O'Connor Road, Ayrton. I panicked from what Clinton told me, and I decided to also phone 10111 from the office landline. And then, just skip a few paragraphs, at paragraph 9 on page 270, the tall police officer further said that myself and Cornelius, including the driver, that we were under arrest. That's consistent with your evidence that you told them they were under arrest. One bag was still stuck in the container between the container wall and cab windscreen. He then instructed for the container to be offloaded with a forklift, which was then did. At this point, the Boysons Police and Scania HSE manager arrived on scene. The tall police officer asked very aggressively, who called the police, because now they are here to interfere with his investigations. Do you see that?
Yes, I see.
So the indication was that you and Warrant Officer Mahane introduced yourselves as crime intelligence. Do you see that? And you dispute that you did that.
I can't do that.
Why would she say that? And remember, this is a contemporaneous statement. It's made that day at 1:20 in the morning, in the afternoon. Why would she say that if it's not in fact what you had said to her?
I don't know why
But
she said that.
that is what was communicated to her, and you were aggressive. You arrested them. You had no basis to arrest them, correct?
I had no.
Basis to arrest them for possession.
Remember, I place you under arrest until we confirm the cargo. Hence, K9 was on its way.
Okay, so then you shouldn't have taken issue with General Khan placing you under arrest, because you were also then in possession of the drugs when he arrived on the scene.
I was in possession.
Yes. You had given instructions for the drugs to be taken and put onto the bakkie.
It's securing exhibit.
Yes, but how does he know that you don't have the paperwork when you arrive on the scene? You're not authorized to even conduct this operation. So you are, at that point, there is suspicion.
Suspicion from who? From General Khan?
Yes, because you are in possession. On the same basis as which you arrested Jolene Wenzel for merely being a manager at Scania and saying that she's being arrested for possession, and the truck driver, that's the same basis. Because you say, until I can verify, I'm going to arrest them.
We are at the premises, Scania premises. These things are offloaded or delivered to them by the driver. So how do I become? I went there as a law enforcement official. Whatever action, that does not mean I'm in possession. Because I asked, who is receiving these bags?
Well, you were there under false pretenses because you created the impression that you were from crime intelligence. They have no reason to lie that you introduced yourself as being from crime intelligence.
Well, I don't know why they said that, because I did not say that.
Can I raise a different concern in this discussion? That you have information. At this point, you know, because that's what Nku has told you, that there are drugs in that truck. So you know there's narcotics, stuff that shouldn't be there, that breaks the law. How do you take instructions from the yellow jersey people not to conduct an operation? Here you are in a lawful operation. Let's assume this is a lawful operation. How do you get told by the people that, according to you, at that point are in possession? Because yellow jersey is in possession at that time, because this is on their property. They transported it. Their driver that you later say is in possession, you arrest him for possession. He's in possession. You are at yellow jersey. How are you dictated upon not to take action at that point?
It's not dictated upon, it's being advised.
How do
Because
you...
yellow jersey manager also didn't know what's inside.
No, how do you know? You don't know that. You know there's drugs in there. You know this is a yellow jersey truck. You are on yellow jersey property. There's a yellow jersey driver. Why are you, if this is a lawful operation, why are you not breaking the seal at that point? Opening the container, taking the drugs, and placing the yellow jersey people under arrest.
Like I'm saying, this might sound easy to you, commissioners, because you have ample time to sit and research and Google or whatever. Me in an operation, I don't have that time. Things happen so fast.
No, there's nothing fast here. There's nothing fast. You knew there's a truck. You were called from home and told there's a truck, it's packed. So you had time. You left your house knowing there's a truck that is packed that we are going to open because it has drugs in it. You know that before you arrive on the scene. You had ample opportunity to mobilize resources. But that's not even the discussion I'm having with you, because I think the discussion about why you didn't mobilize resources has been had and it's been exhausted. So that's not what I'm raising with you. There's no agency. You are within secured space. This is somebody's yard that you are in. My question is, you know there are drugs in there, so the law is being broken. You think the driver is in possession, so he's breaking the law. This is a yellow jersey truck. I'm saying please explain in a way that makes sense why you are not operationalizing at that point. You have time. You do. So the answer cannot be, and if you're going to say there was no time, please let me be honest with you, I don't accept it, and I think that's not an honest answer. Why do you get advised by yellow jersey, no, don't do it here, let it first get to another location, and you accept that? I'm yet to meet a police officer that gives me that kind of generosity.
Well, if somebody says, especially pleased or asking, that I'm advising that please do not open it here, because if you don't get what you want, the relationship, my relationship with my client will turn sour. I'm advising that please, I'm not saying do not open, but I'm advising, please escort it to the client. Then you open so the client can see
Okay.
what's.
Maybe let me say this as the last thing. There is no if you don't get what you want, because you know it is in there. I think that's the premise of my question. But you know there's narcotics in there, because Nku has told you that. You know that for sure, and we can't go back on that. We know for sure there are drugs, and that's the basis of my question, that you allow, on your version, yellow jersey to say to you, no, go open it somewhere else. Let's get to Scania. You don't know at that time who they belong to. At least you have not said you knew they belonged to Scania. You don't know. You've stopped a truck. It's there, and at least you know where it is. And you choose to take the advice of the person who's in possession of the truck at that time, who owns the truck, whose driver it is. You choose to take their advice to say, go open it somewhere else. That it absolutely doesn't make sense. And it I think, unavoidably suggests there was another reason why you went all the way to Scania. And I want to suggest maybe it's because you saw that it's actually not safe to open it here, because these people don't trust us, and we may get into trouble. They may call the police. They may do other things. As you say, they looked like they don't trust you. And I think it's because you saw that, and you thought they will call the police on you. That's why you moved on, and you were hoping that where you are going, you will quickly load these things on the van as you did and leave before there was any interruption. That's what I say it looks like. Thank you. Else? You can comment if you want to. I suspect you're going to say you have no comment. You may comment if you want to, Chief.
No, I also thought you are dictating to me, so I wouldn't comment.
I could never dictate to you, Chief. I put to you what I say it looks like to me. I may be wrong entirely. I'm putting to you that these facts, because it doesn't make sense that you did not operationalize this at New Jersey. You tell us you acted on advice of people who are suspects themselves. You acted on their advice. Doesn't make sense. And then I say, this is what it looks like. It looks like you aborted Yellow Jersey because you saw these people don't trust you. You thought they'll call the police on you. And you were hoping at the second location you will be able to take the drugs and do a quick getaway, which I suggest you were doing with the black van. you didn't anticipate it will go down as badly as it did. That's why things happened the way that they did. So you can comment. You can say I'm wrong if in what I'm saying, and then we can move on.
I wouldn't even attempt saying you are wrong. I've learned to accept that I don't think I'll ever make sense to you, Commissioner, because...
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, I've heard you. Thank you. Ms. Siegels?
Thank you, Commissioners. Can I just confer with... do you know, sorry, Chief, do you know when General Mfazi died?
I was told by Nku recently that he died, I think on the 8th of July.
2021,
Yes.
the day when you get involved in this,
I
by
think-
Nku.
Yes.
Okay, now, we know that Mr. Nku, it was his intention now to, well, from the messages that we showed you on page 326 of that bundle where he speaks about now we have to go back to offloading from the trucks again. Do you recall that? Do you recall that message that I had showed you?
Yes.
And he tells you again about a truck from Durban to Johannesburg. He involves you in that. You say he was giving you a tip off so that you could execute a legitimate operation. And really, we don't have anyone to confirm that he had previously engaged with General Mfazi, because General Mfazi is no more, about the same information that he gives you on the 8th of July, 2021. Correct. You with me so far?
I'm with you.
Okay. You don't tell your boss that you're going to this operation on the 9th of July. In fact, when they engage with, if we can, I'll just read it for you. That is Pompi at page 147 of the state of the bundle. It's a statement by the director in traffic management, who you indicated was your immediate superior at the time. 147. Do you see that? Just let me know when you're there. It's
Yes.
the statement by Director Pompi.
Yes, I see that.
On the 9th of July 2021 at 10:34, I phoned Mashaba as the acting deputy director in the Southern Corridor to join my visit to all the K78 roadblock in our area to give support to our officers. He indicated to me that he has an urgent matter that he is attending to, but he did not mention the matter. I respected what he told me due to the nature of his meetings and operations. In his area, he would normally work morning shift or afternoon shift. In all his work engagements, he keeps communicating with me as his supervisor with regards to his duties. Now, can I just pause here? You did indicate earlier that you had a good working relationship with Pompi, with Director Pompi. And we know that by 10:34, you had already discovered the drugs. Correct?
Right.
By 10:34 on the 9th of July, 2021.
Yes.
Okay. Was this not an opportunity to say, yo, you're calling me and I've just made this massive drug bust at that stage? I mean, this is not even you calling Director Pompi. Director Pompi is calling you to ask you to join on the roadblock. There's no danger now about interception or anything. Why don't you mention it then?
He called me in the morning.
Yes,
Because I had to
10:34.
join him for visits. So you're saying, what's the question?
Why didn't you at 10:34, when you received the call from the director to join, that's what, do you dispute that when the call was made, it was to join you to visit them at the K78 roadblock? When Director Pompey called you, what did he say to you? Why was he calling you?
Please join me, let's go visit K78
Yes.
roadblocks.
Exactly. So at that stage, why don't you say, I can't, I am busy with a drug bust. I've just uncovered a massive amount of drugs here at Ayrton, so I can't come now.
No, I was still gonna tell him as to what time. I didn't see any urgency.
That is implausible. You as a traffic officer have just made a significant drug bust, 700 kgs. You don't see that when your boss calls you to ask you to join on a roadblock, that you say, listen, I've done something bigger here. You don't see, you want us to accept that you wouldn't have said that if it was a legitimate operation.
If I recall, he called me, are you saying he called me at 10:34?
I'm not saying it. That's what he says. On the 9th of July 2021, at 10:34, I phoned Mashaba as the acting deputy director in the Southern Corridor to join my visit to all the K78 roadblock in our area to give support to our officers.
No, I think this time, I couldn't, I mean, the scene was a chaos this time already. So I knew I was going to get time to call him. Because here, we were still, I can say we were still having some misunderstandings with other police as colleagues.
Chief, I'm going to suggest that you didn't tell Director Pompey about your discovery because you weren't on a legitimate operation. It was your side hustle with Mr. Nku. That's why you didn't say anything. You only involve people when you are now in a bind because you've been arrested, because you're being bullied by General Khan. That is when you engage with your superiors. But when you are called to attend to official business, you don't say, I can't attend to official business now because I've just made one of the biggest drug busts in the country.
Well, you are telling me I don't have control over that. I'll just accept what you're telling me.
Okay, thank you.
Or you did have control over telling your superior what you were doing. You can't hide behind what you've just said. Nothing stopped you from telling him.
No, she's saying she's telling me
Yes.
that she's putting to me that it's because it was illegitimate. So I'm saying, I agree with you because that's your opinion. I cannot say anything.
What do you mean agree? Do
Because she's
you
telling
mean
me-
you accept the correctness of what Advocate Sigal is saying when you say you agree? What exactly do you mean I agree?
Chair, she is telling me that it was illegitimate. So if somebody says, like now the picture that is being painted was that we were stealing. I don't have control over what you think as a person. If you're saying I was stealing, it's your word against mine, it's fine. I'll accept what you're saying because one way or the other I cannot convince you otherwise. That's what you already concluded.
Yes, Mr. Gilson.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions for the witness.
Chief Mashaba, go to page 145 of that bundle. Let me know once you are there.
I'm there, 145.
Are you there? So this is the operations director at New Jersey. And you'll see that he signs the statement on page 146, same day at 1321. Remember, we dealt with Ms. Jolene, who was at Scania and is a Scania employee. Now, these are the people you interacted with on the morning of 9 July. If you look at paragraph 3, they say on the 9th of July, Mr. Fanikek was at home when Hardus, their director, gave him a call stating that there are people from crime intelligence here asking to open the container. Again, consistent with what Jolene said, that you and Mahana told Yellow Jersey people that you are from crime intelligence. Now, if what they are saying is true, it means you were impersonating a police officer. You were operating as a bogus crime intelligence officer, if what they are saying is true. Do you see that?
I see that.
Now, would this person have any reason to say you introduced yourselves as crime intelligence officers? Because remember, Yellow Jersey has no issue with you. You did not arrest them. They are still at Yellow Jersey in Rooikop. Your arrests were effected at Scania in Oratile. Why would they say you introduced yourselves as crime intelligence officers if that's not what happened?
I can't speak for them. That's what they say.
All right. And then we continue. They asked for documentation, and you did not have documentation. And it goes to the question that Advocate Ngube asked you earlier. And it was because you did not have documentation, it's now the unnumbered paragraph 4, that you ended up having to go to Scania. Going back to Commissioner Baloy's point, had you had a search warrant, Yellow Jersey would have had no reason to refuse you to search the container.
I want to put to you, commissioners, that ourselves, upon our investigations also, we know people were made to change their statements.
On the same day, at 1 o'clock.
Were made, as to when, I don't know.
All right.
But
Let's leave this statement. Let's go to the head of security now at Scania. It's page 290, Mr. Rickett. Let me know when you are there.
yes, I'm there, Commissioner.
Paragraph 3, Mr. Rickett says he's the security manager at Scania. You see that at paragraph 2. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
And then at paragraph 3, he describes the events of the day starting from 8:15 in the morning. And he explains how the two of you were aggressive and you did not want to identify yourselves and you sounded suspicious, and that's why they called the Boyson's police. So if you look at the last two sentences of paragraph 3 on page 290, do you see that?
I see that.
So they say the reason for calling Boyson's police was because you did not want to identify yourselves, you were aggressive, and you were behaving in a suspicious manner.
Commissioners, I become happy when you talk about the scene, because we also advised Sebola that please get the video footage so that at least the questions about the scene will answer itself, because every answer will be on the footage.
Okay.
And Pakula mentioned that nobody entertained it.
Chief,
I think
Chief, please pause there. Sebola is not there yet. Pakula is not there yet. What the account that is being given is what happened when the three of you, including Nku, arrived there. Either you agree with it or you disagree with it. It doesn't help to say, I asked Pakula to look for footage, because we know that that footage is not before us, so it won't help us. For the purposes of answering my questions, you either dispute what they say or you agree with it.
that I was aggressive.
Yes. You agree or you disagree with it?
I know people who doesn't know me always say that I'm aggressive, I'm arrogant. They call me names.
So that impression, if Rick had formed that impression, it would have been a fair impression on his part to form, because you say people who know you also think that way.
I'm saying maybe if you can allow me to finish, Commissioner,
Yes.
maybe. Until you get to know me in person, that it's not, and unfortunately it's human nature that if somebody says, Mashaba Oratile, other people don't even give themselves time. They somehow believe what they hear. So other things are beyond my control. I'm not in any business to prove to anybody that I'm not arrogant.
All right.
But if you know me, you will know there's no such a thing.
Unfortunately, we won't have time to get to know you, Chief. Paragraph 8 on 291. What Mr. Ricketts says is that he's a former police captain himself. So he's a retired SAPS captain. So he knows about normal investigation protocols. And you see that from line 5 of paragraph 8. Sorry, line 246. He says, being a retired captain in the police, I asked him why they were not following normal investigation protocol. With a very aggressive attitude, he told me not to try to do his work and that he would arrest me for interfering in the investigation. I advised him that he would need to identify himself with his ID card before he could do that. He produced a police ID card in identifying himself as a warrant officer. When I wanted to write down the information on the card, he became very aggressive. I asked him what the contents were of the bag, whereupon he advised me I do not have to know. And then he continues, he says, when he tried to take photos of what was going on, you and Mahana were aggressive towards him. And he continues in paragraph 10 that even the police who arrived, you were aggressive towards them and you told them to go away because this was your scene. Do you have any recollection of that? He specifically says in paragraph 11, a certain Captain Optov from Flying Squad went to talk to the four gentlemen at the Nissan Baki, and the men got very aggressive towards Captain Optov. More police then arrived and took over the scene. Do you see that?
With Optov, I was not aggressive. Optov was in uniform officially in a police car. So obviously, when Boyson's reports back to control, all patrol cars on duty would hear the report. So we knew for a fact he is coming there knowing what's happening, because he must have heard the report from Boys in Skies. But when he got there, he didn't even start with coming to us. Everybody else there started somewhere, ended up with us. So he said to us, guys, who are you and what's happening? No. Guys, who are you? We hear there's a hijack. I said to him, you don't even greet us. You come here and tell us what you're telling us. And you might have heard from the radio. Why do you come and ask us knowing exactly that there's nothing like that? Because you heard it from the radio. So I'm also under the impression that he might be one of the officers that are sent by people with interest at the scene.
Thank you. The last statement I want to take you to, then I'm going to ask you about Mr. Nku. Page 254, it's Captain Sebola. Same file. Page 254, same file. Do you see that it is the statement of Captain Nkwana Joseph Sebola?
Yes, I see.
Yes. And it's a statement again, same day on page 257, 9 July 2021. But the part I want you to deal with is 254, paragraph 7.
Yes, Commissioners.
You see that it says Sergeant Doe's marked police vehicle was parked in front of the black Nissan Baki, indicating that upon his arrival, the three mentioned officers wanted to leave with those black bags behind the Baki, saying that they were taking them to where the truck came from, which is Rodekop. Do you see that?
Yes, I see.
Is that what you and your colleague told Sergeant Doe? That your plan was to leave with the Baki to go to Rodekop?
You see, Commissioners, I don't know why do you crush or dismiss me when I say I become happy when we talk the scene, because we know that Sebola obtained a video footage, we know. So I'm being dismissed, the video footage has been dismissed, and we know that's where the truth is. So whatever that will be asked about the scene, I will still be not listened to, because I'm also saying, please, can we get the video footage? I'm being dismissed, so.
Not at all. Chief, let me assure you that if there is video footage depicting the events of the day, efforts will be made to obtain it. And let me say this to you, I'm not crushing you. I'm asking you to either contradict or confirm what is said in the statements. And you seem to have formed a view already. We have not. What we are doing is to establish facts. And the exercise I'm undertaking now is because I'm being fair to you. I don't want to decide the facts on Sebola's version. without putting to you what Sebola said. The fairest way of doing this is to put to you what Sebola said so that you can comment on it. Then we have your comments as well as his view. If I don't ask you this, it means I must only rely on his version, and that is not fair to you. So
Okay.
the purpose of my exercise, I'm aware that there are statements in the bundle that are bad for you because people are saying things about you. If we leave today without me giving you the opportunity to comment on these statements, I would have done an injustice to you, because if at the end of these proceedings we write a report relying only on Sebola's version, you would not have had the opportunity to respond or comment. So I've heard you that there's a footage, it must be obtained. I've heard you, I did not crush that. And if it is available, it will be obtained if it still exists. But where people, that footage won't talk about the conversations you had. You say the scene was chaotic. There were a lot of people. Now this affidavit talks about what you said to other people. Now I'm asking you, did you or did you not say that? Now look at Mahana, paragraph 9. When he was asked why he did not mention his own station to Sergeant Ndo, than lying that he's from the Hawks. So Mahana must have said to Sergeant Ndo that he's from the Hawks. He still could not give reasons why. And on the question why they were chasing uniformed police officers on the scene, his answer was that he was thinking that it was his scene. It goes back to Commissioner Baloy's question. Once proper police officers are there, why are they being chased away? Do you want to comment?
Sorry, was the question
I want you to comment on the contents of that paragraph.
9?
It is true or it is not true? Yes. That when Mahana was asked for reasons why he described himself as coming from the Hawks, he could not give an answer. And on the question why he was chasing uniformed police officers on the scene, his answer was that he was thinking that it was his scene. In other words, he had the right to chase away other police officers.
No, this is wrong.
It did not happen.
It did not happen.
And when he was asked if he does know drugs, his answer was he did not know drugs. And when he was asked why he was loading them, on why was he loading what he does not know, his answer was he suspected that the consignment could be drugs. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
And then it continues with the other people. So it's the same theme that the police officers who arrived there say, this is how you, Mahana, and whoever you were with behaved. Now, my last question is, Mr. Nku, are you aware that he was found with large amounts of hard cash on him on the day in question?
I'm aware that he was found with 60,000.
60,000 rands. Now, were you aware that he was carrying that amount of cash on the day?
I was not aware.
Did he tell you what that amount was for?
No.
Now
didn't
that
tell
you
me.
know that he was carrying that much amount of cash, as a police officer, what do you think it was for?
Well, I wouldn't know, Commissioners.
I'm going to say this, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. Commissioner Baloy has a few questions to ask you. Many witnesses have come to this commission and they have said, well, you must prove these things beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not how commissions of inquiry work.
That was was it Mr. Mnisi?
Mnisi. I was not addressing him, Chair, but it might as well apply. And that is dangerous, and it's a wrong approach to take, because we are not a criminal court. We are a commission of inquiry. We don't prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. We look at all the proven facts, we balance probabilities, and in some instances, we connect dots and we draw inferences. So we will look at the documents, look at what happened, look at all the statements, and we will draw conclusions from what we see in front of us. That's why it's important that when you are called upon to comment, you must do so, because where you've chosen not to comment, you leave it to us to draw inferences. And those inferences may be adverse to you and may have serious consequences. So the attitude that many witnesses have taken that the commission must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that does not work here, because we are not a criminal court and we don't operate like a criminal court. So that's the last thing I'm going to say to you, Chair. I don't know if you wanted to add to that, and then Commissioner Balot. Thank you.
Sorry, Chief, it's not a question so much from me. It's what I want to put to you from the evidence since you started, and then tell you the impression that it creates for me, and then give you the chance to comment. And it's fair to do that, so that when you are gone and you have testified, we have the benefit of what you say I'm wrong about in what I say, I suggest. So from the evidence, we know now that you and Mr. Nku were involved in numerous transactions, activities. We know about the airport activities. We know about Oratile, so quite a number of transactions. We know from the evidence that, so you can make a mental note of this if you want, but I have to list them, and I list them mindful that you have quite a number of times said I speak long, but unfortunately I have to do this with you. I have to give you my list. So
and
that
this time, sorry to cut, and this time I want to comment.
Yes, that's fine. You'll have the opportunity. So we know that, so let me start. You and Mr. Nku had unauthorized police operations. He asked you for assistance, you say, and you were ready to give it. And you end up at OR Tambo in an operation, and you're talking about arresting people at OR Tambo. We know that. We know that was not official police business that you were involved with. But from that, we also know that you involved other police officers in those activities, and that they were paid by Mr. Nku for whatever they were doing for him at the airport where they were stationed, using their positions as SAPS members. That's one that we know from your testimony, that has come out of your testimony. Two, and that you were ready to use your position to assist Mr. Nku in that way. Two, we know that you and Mr. Nku, he's not an informer to you. In fact, he's your brother, as you describe him. So you have a very close relationship. So every way that you have said, you have information from an informer referring to Mr. Nku that was not accurate. In fact, you've got info from your brother. Three, in addition to paying other officers through you, we know that he was funding you. He was giving you money. Today you said it's up to 50,000 rand. It doesn't exceed 50,000 rand, but whatever number, we know that you were receiving money from him. We know from your evidence that you wanted that your operations with him should carry on so that you can make money and be able to support or to provide for Ms. Mazibuko, a politician who had just been appointed. And yesterday I raised that with you, that now you're bringing a politician into this sphere of Mr. Nku's influence, financial influence. So we know all of that. And come to the Oratile bust. you, in that operation, you did not inform your superiors, just like you did with the airport ones, the other operations. Your superiors didn't know that you have this operation until you got arrested. That's when they come to know that you're involved in an operation. The impression that this gives, to me at least, is that you are, let me make it present, that you are in fact part of a network with Ms. Tenku, at the very least just Ms. Tenku. But we've seen that Ms. Tenku deals with others as well, where your information is forwarded to others, your messages and their messages, they come to you, they tell you someone didn't get on the flight at Amsterdam and all of that. So you are part, I put to you for your comment, that the appearances here is you are part of a criminal network, and you may possibly still be part of a criminal network that is involved in off-the-books, in fact, let me not call it off-the-books subs operations because it's as if it is subs operations. You are involved in unlawful activities, you personally, with Ms. Tenku, who, from the WhatsApp messages that we have seen, is involved in activities that involve drug trafficking. You are involved in involving other police officers in unlawful activities at Ms. Tenku's instance and funded by Ms. Tenku. All of that, I want to say to you, suggests or gives appearances that you are part of a criminal network or a network of criminals who deal in illegal activities that include drug trafficking, that include arrests of people without proper authorization at the airport. You wanted to arrest Kensani. That includes spying on people's vehicles. That includes you inquiring with investigating officers about exhibits because Ms. Tenku wants that. It places you very badly as being involved in a criminal network. And I would like you to comment. That's the impression I have right now, having listened to the evidence. And I'm putting it to you so that you can respond or comment if you want to, and maybe I will recheck this my impression of it. If you don't comment, and in fairness to you, I have to say that to you, if you say I have no comment, then the last impression that I'm left with at the end of your evidence is that you are part of a criminal network that is engaged in the various activities that we have discussed. I stop there. You can comment if you wish. You have said you would like to comment, and I would like to hear your comment.
Thank you, Commissioners. Engaging with people like you have taught me that as a human being, you need to be careful who you deal with. You also need to learn more of, let me say, your work. And then, well, because of maybe that was said about me, might end up maybe give an impression that I am this wrong person. And I want to say to you commissioners. I am not that bad, or I'm not bad like how people perceive. You've shown me, I respect the fact that the engagement with you commissioners gives me an opportunity to go and introspect. And I want to also, or I wish to also, clear Ms. Mazibuko, because that person I take as a mother. I have worked with her. She doesn't mix with wrong things. She doesn't want people who does wrong things around her. And I know I continue learning from her, like she has taught me life. She has taught me how to respect people. I know I am this militant, I know. But then other people interpret it wrongly to say, or mistaken it for arrogance. I am not like that. If maybe I also gave the picture to the commissioners or the sitting, I want to humbly apologize, because I have learned a lot from the sitting. And I am happy that people like you, commissioners, continue, give wisdom and knowledge, and will leave legacy to people that will be responsible citizens of tomorrow. And I really and I humbly want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chair. That's it for this witness.
Thank you very much, Chief Mashaba. You are excused. That's it for today.
Wednesday, Chair, a gentleman.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Wednesday, 17 June 2026. Let's adjourn.